your disability check every month. Did you give it to Bill?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
Sustained.
How much time did Ryelee spend with you and Bill?
A lot.
Was Ryelee ever in Bill's car with you and Bill?
Yes.
Was that a pretty regular occurrence?
Yes.
Was Rowan ever in Bill's car?
Yes.
Bill's car had a lot of stuff in it, is that true?
Yes.
Kind of messy?
Yeah.
What sort of stuff was in Bill's car?
I'm not sure.
Did you see any weapons in Bill's car?
In the glove box there was knives.
Did you ever see any guns in Bill's car?
Yes.
What kind of guns?
There was a handgun and the shotgun.
When you say the shotgun, is that the shotgun that was used to kill Ryelee?
Yes.
How long had that gun been in the car prior to Rylee's death?
It was just put in there that night.
It hadn't been in there before?
It was in there before too.
Okay. Was it ever in the car when Rowan was in the car?
Yes.
And would you say it was in the car about a week before?
Yeah.
So, was the shotgun in the car because the handgun had been stolen?
Yes.
Did you know why the shotgun was in the car that week?
No.
So you gave Rowan rides in the car that week.
Yes.
Did you give Ryelee rides in the car that week?
I'm not sure.
Where in the car was the shotgun kept?
In between the back seat, on the floorboard in between the seats.
So it was in the back seat where Rowan and Ryelee would have been riding.
Right.
Did you ever see Rowan or Ryelee touch the gun when they were in the back seat?
No.
Were you worried about your kids being around the gun?
No.
Why is that?
I'm not sure.
Now, you indicated when you met Bill, you wanted to go on the trip to Florida because you could stop and see your mother.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you did stop and see her that trip.
Yes.
Are you close to your mother?
Yes.
How often would you talk to her on the phone?
Almost every day. Maybe a few times a day sometimes.
And did Bill also talk to your mother often on the phone?
Yes.
Would the three of you talk, or was it you talking or Bill talking?
The three of us would talk.
Would you say Bill talked to her every day as well?
Not every day.
But often?
Yes.
Did she approve of your relationship?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you ever talk to your mother about your relationship with Bill?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you anything?
Objection, hearsay.
It is hearsay. Are you planning on having the mother testify?
I am, if needed. I can go on, Your Honor.
Go on then.
Did you ever try to leave Bill?
Yes.
How many times?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
would you say you tried to leave Bill?
Like a handful of times.
And you always came back?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Exhibit 63. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
Bill's wallet.
Inside Bill's wallet are two items. Can you describe the green item?
It's a Direct Express card. Was my card.
And there's a white item that I've shown.
My ID.
And Your Honor, to describe for the record, the first item she described from the wallet is a Direct Express MasterCard in the name of Tiffany Powell, and then a Wisconsin identification card in the name of Tiffany Powell. Were those items of yours always in Bill's wallet?
Yes.
And why is that?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I'm going to excuse the jury. We are outside the presence of the jury. I guess we did just have a sidebar a few moments ago, and I know the defense was concerned about Ms. Isherwood, you were perhaps heading towards other acts, evidence that's not been examined or discussed, and you indicated you weren't. So what's the purpose of this question?
It was my understanding she kept losing her cards. That's what we were told, and so Bill kept them in her wallet. It could be significant if she's recalled at some point. I was just getting the fact in.
If that's what this witness is going to say, then no objection to that. That is not the defense's understanding of what that line of questioning was going to be for.
Okay, because
And I don't know today that she's gonna say because she kept losing them, but that's what April testified to.
Well, ma'am, what would your testimony be as to why those cards were in Mr. Zelenski's wallet?
Because I kept losing them all the time.
It's not heading towards any other bad acts that we would need to address, so if that's the testimony, you may proceed on that line and we get ready for the jury. But I guess I should admonish, if we're, at any time we're heading towards other bad acts, we have not addressed those issues.
I'm not, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is a witness who was charged at the same time as Mr. Zelenski with identical criminal complaint, who has been convicted and is serving time in prison. She's a relevant witness. She's a co-defendant.
The concern from the defense is if the state is asking questions they don't know the answer to, the state is well aware of information in the discovery that is clearly other acts evidence that this witness may speak to if asked a question that the state doesn't know the answer to.
And in this instance, the state knew the answer. After 2.5 years, does the witness, April Zelenski already testified that Tiffany kept losing the cards.
And I apologize, my memory does not remember that testimony. I'm sure it's just slipped my mind, but
I don't recall that testimony either, but
I'm not sure that's in the record, but I could be wrong.
I have it in my notes. But it was also in the discovery that,
Just understand, I've never seen any of the discovery.
Yep.
I'm only listening to the testimony that comes in, and I could have missed that point. Probably wouldn't have been significant. And I haven't even looked at my notes if I would have that note.
and
But again, it goes to what is even the relevancy?
Right, and that's what my objection
That's
was.
what the objection was, to relevancy. And it's not real relevant, but I'll allow that question. But I don't want this to go into an area that we haven't even explored the appropriateness of. There's been no motions by the state to present any other bad acts evidence as it relates to any relationship between Mr. Zelenski and Ms. Powell. And if that's where the state's going, we need to have a hearing and voir dire outside the presence of the jury. And I don't want to keep interrupting the trial today and sending the jury out when every question's asked. I want everyone to understand the rules.
And Your Honor, I'm well aware of the rules, and if any, in my case in chief, I'm not eliciting that information.
Okay. And we're ready for the jury. Please be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Powell, I had asked you why your ID card and MasterCard were in Bill's wallet. Do you know why?
Because I lost them all the time.
Now, Bill had a rather unusual collection. Is that true?
Yes.
What did he collect?
Animals.
What kind of animals?
Reptiles.
Did you like the reptiles?
Yes.
Were you scared of them?
No.
Did you ever refer to the reptiles as your babies?
Maybe.
What did you have to do to take care of these reptiles?
Not much. April mainly took care of the animals.
Were some of them poisonous?
Yes.
And just, I'm using my own experience, I wouldn't go anywhere near them. But did you stay away from the poisonous ones? Or were you comfortable? Had you been taught how to handle all of them?
No, I stayed away from the poisonous ones.
Okay. What other kind of animals did Bill and April have?
Bobcats, lemurs, a wolf.
A wolf?
Mm.
How, was it a baby or a full grown?
It was, when I got there, it was grown.
And the bobcats, were they babies or full
No,
grown?
full grown.
And they were all kept out at Bill and April's house on East Road?
Yes.
What did Rowan think of the animals?
He loved them.
What did Ryelee think of them?
He loved them.
Seems like reptiles is something boys could really bond over.
Yeah.
At some point, there was a burglary at Bill and April's house, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
No.
If I told you it was between October 14th and 15th in 2020, would that sound familiar?
Yeah.
So after you and Bill learned that the reptiles were missing, did you learn any other items were missing?
There was alcohol missing, and out of his car there was guns missing.
How many guns?
2.
And were those rifles or shotguns?
No, they were handguns.
Is that the handgun you said that he kept in the glove box?
Yes.
Where was the other handgun kept?
Under the seat in a lockbox.
So between October 15th and October 19th, what did you do in regards to the theft of these items?
We went looking around town, talking to people, asking if they knew anything about it.
It would be pretty obvious if somebody knew about a stolen venomous steak. Is that correct?
Right,
That's not a common item that you would see on Craigslist.
right.
Did you check the internet to see if any of the items might be posted for sale?
Yes,
And during that time, were you worried about the safety of the animals?
yes, and the person that took them.
Because they were
'Cause-
poisonous.
Yes,
And not all of them were poisonous, is that correct?
that's correct.
Did you have any suspects?
Yeah.
Who was that?
Ryelee, I think Alexis Dahl. I don't remember who else.
What did you do when you had a suspect? I assume you and Bill were together and you were looking for the animals together?
Yes,
What did you do? Did you go to people's houses?
yes.
And before October 19th, did you have any leads as to where the animals might be?
Just Ryelee.
What lead did you have on Ryelee?
There was a video with him with the alcohol bottle that was stolen.
And where did you see it,
See,
the video?
I seen it on my phone, on Riley's Snapchat, because he didn't log out of my phone on his Snapchat.
So he used your phone to get into his Snapchat and left it open.
Yeah,
Did you ask Ryelee?
yeah,
Did he tell you he had stolen the reptiles?
no,
That didn't surprise you that an 18-year-old kid didn't admit, did it?
no.
Now, you said you cared about the reptiles.
Yeah,
Did they have a special diet? Can you
They-
feed them dog food?
no. They have to have mice or some live animal.
Oh, you feed,
Or they have to have like animals or whatever, meat.
so they would be fed live mice.
No, they would kill the mice right before feeding it.
Okay. And whoever took them, you had no idea if they were feeding the animals or properly caring for them.
Right.
Were you worried they might just let them go?
Yeah.
So is it fair to say in those days after the burglary, Did you spend pretty much all your time trying to find the animals?
A lot of it, yeah.
What was more important, finding the animals or finding who took them?
Finding the animals,
Because you were hoping you could still save them.
yeah.
Now, at some point, you had even more information that it may be Ryelee, and was that on October 19th?
Yes.
And when you learned that it might be Ryelee, what did you do?
We went to his apartment,
Riley's apartment.
yeah,
And that's downtown Waupaca?
right,
But did you ever make it to his apartment?
yeah,
Okay, and were the animals there?
no,
Where else did you go on October 19th?
we went to Main Street building,
Okay. Did you go to Tara Dalrymple's house?
yes,
And was that before you went to the Main Street building?
yes,
Why did you go to Tara's house?
'cause Mackenzie called and said that she had information about Ryelee, taking the animals,
And Tara's Mackenzie's mom.
yes,
And Mackenzie is the mother of Riley's child.
yes,
So, when you got to Tara's house, who was there?
Tara and her youngest daughter,
Daisha?
yeah,
And did they have the information you were looking for?
yeah, Deja showed us a Snapchat video, and Mackenzie on the phone told us that Ryelee asked her sister for a ride to go get the animals.
And that had been sometime previous.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yes,
that a yes?
sorry.
So, you got that information while you were at Tara's house. Did you leave suddenly for any reason?
I don't remember.
Do you remember getting a call from a law enforcement officer?
No,
Okay. But at some point you left.
yes,
And when you were at Tara's house, do you remember if you just parked in the driveway?
I think so.
At some point you met with an officer downtown.
Yes,
And were you talking about the theft from the car or the theft of the reptiles with that officer?
I don't remember.
Do you recall at some point having a three-way phone call?
Yes,
And who was that three-way phone call with?
with Danielle and Angela.
Now, you knew Danielle, is that true?
Yes,
Did you know Angela?
no,
So Danielle helped get Angela in touch with you.
yes,
And why did Angela want to be in touch with you?
because she had the animals at her house.
Did you get the address of her house?
Yes,
You must have been so excited to have finally found those animals.
yes.
Did Angela indicate if the animals were alive or dead?
To my knowledge, they were alive.
And she wanted them out of her house.
Yes,
So where were you when you had that phone call? Do you remember? Were you in the car?
yeah, we were driving.
Okay. Do you remember where you were driving?
No,
But at that point, you had an address where the animals were and you were gonna go pick them up.
yes,
And that whole week, did you and Bill both say the most important thing was getting the animals?
yes.
Did you ever talk about what should happen to the person who stole the animals?
No,
You just wanted the animals back alive.
yes.
So you're driving, do you remember what road you were on when you found out the address of the animals?
No,
Okay. Were you still on the phone when you saw Ryelee?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
So you were driving out to get the animals out. near to Waupaca, is that correct?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes, sorry.
And you told officers the route you took. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were going down School Street.
Yes.
Yes. And School Street is the street that the rec center is on.
You're
Is that right? Now, when you were driving down School Street, did you see somebody walking?
Yes.
And who did you see walking?
Ryelee.
Now, at some point in that evening, did you know Ryelee had been arrested?
Yes.
Do you know why?
No.
You weren't told why, just that he had been arrested for some reason.
Yes.
And were you told that he also had been released?
Yes.
Now, October of 2020 was a weird time with COVID, would you agree?
Yes.
And the rules were kind of different then.
Yes.
So, when you saw Ryelee, you knew, you had already known he had been released from jail.
Yes.
So, you're driving, was Ryelee walking on School Street?
Yes, I think so.
And he was coming from the direction of the jail?
Yes.
What did you and Bill do when you saw Ryelee?
We pulled over, or we pulled down the street and Ryelee came toward us.
Now, why did you pull down the street?
I just stopped to call Ryelee over.
Why didn't you go get the animals?
I don't know.
That whole week, all you had said is the most important thing was the animals. Is that right?
Right.
And you wanted to get to the animals to make sure they were alive. Is that right?
Right.
But, and at that time you had the address where the animals were. Is that right?
Right.
And you were on your way to go get the animals.
Right.
Did you ever go get the animals?
No.
So, you pulled down the road in front of Ryelee.
Mhm.
Did you pull to the end of the road?
I think so. I don't know.
When you got out of the car, what did you do?
Started asking Ryelee about the animals.
So you're at the end of the road and Ryelee was walking on School Street. Did he see you turn?
Yes.
And he started walking down Van Street,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And you only turned down that road because you saw Ryelee.
Right.
What did Bill grab from the car?
Nothing at that time. I don't think.
Okay, so when did he get the gun and the taser? Or the stun gun?
I'm not sure when he grabbed it.
You didn't see him grab it?
Mm,
Is that a no?
that's a no.
It's hard to get used to talking for court. So I'll just remind you if you say,
Thank you.
So you got out of the car and you could see Ryelee coming?
Yes.
Was he running?
Yes.
And was he saying anything?
I don't remember.
So at some point you started walking or running toward Ryelee on Van Street, is that correct?
Yes.
Because he hadn't met you yet. He was coming from School Street and you were coming from the car and you met in the middle, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's how that happened.
Yes.
So did you go back to the car before
Yes.
you got to Ryelee?
No.
So you got out of the car, Bill got out of the car, and you started going toward Ryelee.
Yes.
So, do you remember when you met up with Ryelee that Bill had the gun and the stun gun?
No. We ended up close back to the car.
But Bill handed you the gun when you were out confronting Ryelee.
Yeah.
If I played the video from the Ring doorbell, would that help you remember what happened? I haven't.
I don't know.
Well, should we try?
Sure. No.
Your attorney never showed you? To connect to. I have to connect, just one moment. Your Honor, for the record, I'm going to play the video that has already been entered into evidence and is on the state's exhibit 14. Could you tell her, do you need me to start that from the beginning?
Oh no, I seen it.
Okay. So that shows you and Bill coming from the car and meeting up with Ryelee, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, sorry.
And the gun had a flashlight on it, is that correct?
Yes.
Did Bill have some kind of light on his hat that you recall?
No, I don't think so.
The stun gun, did he carry that on him?
No.
It
I
was,
don't, or if he was wearing his jacket, sometimes it was in his jacket.
but he had the stun gun with him and the shotgun when you met up with Ryelee, is that correct?
Yes.
But you didn't see him get the shotgun out of the car?
No.
And you were looking at Ryelee, you weren't looking at Bill, is that true?
Right.
So were you really paying attention to what Bill was doing?
No.
Now, the stun gun also has a flashlight on it, is that right?
I'm not sure.
Because you never held the stun gun that night, did you?
No.
Now, I'm gonna replay this, but I'm gonna replay it at half speed. Because it's only 30 seconds. Wow, it's behind me. There it is. And can you see okay from that position?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the video starts, do you know who this is? Is that Ryelee?
Yeah.
And right here, we can see the flash, some kind of flashlight. Who's that?
Bill?
And then I think you're kind of hiding behind this tree here, is that true?
Yes.
And it looks like you left your car door open. Did Bill leave his car door open?
I'm not sure.
So I'm gonna play it a little slower this time. Now, we can see right here, you are holding the shotgun on your son, correct?
Correct.
And there's a flashlight on the shotgun, and you can see the flashlight, that it's aimed right at his head. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then Bill has some kind of light too, as well. Is that what you see?
Yes.
Now, Bill's trying to get Ryelee, is that what you see?
Yes.
Was he trying to get him with the stun gun?
I'm not sure.
Did you talk about why you would be going after Ryelee with the gun and the stun gun?
No.
You could have been going to get the animals, correct?
Correct.
At this point, you knew where the animals were.
Right.
Did Bill carry handcuffs with him?
Not that I knew of.
You never saw handcuffs?
No.
What were you hoping to accomplish? To catch Ryelee?
I just wanted him to tell the truth about the animals.
But at this time, you knew where the animals were.
Right.
So it was more important to get Ryelee to tell the truth than to go get the animals and save them?
I guess so.
Angela wanted the animals out of her basement, didn't she?
Yes.
I'm gonna turn it on again. And I had stopped at 18 minutes and 42 seconds, or is that 18.42 seconds into this? Now, you were holding the shotgun and Ryelee ran right past you, correct?
Right.
Did he try to grab the shotgun from you?
No.
It doesn't appear he was afraid of you.
No.
He knew you wouldn't shoot him.
Right.
You wouldn't have shot him, would you?
No.
So he ran past you and he's at the car. What did he do when he got to the car?
He got in like he was gonna take the car.
Wouldn't that have been better?
Yeah.
When he ran to the car, what did you and Bill do?
I don't remember.
Let's turn it back on. So Ryelee's at the car, and you and Bill are running after him. Now, you don't have the shotgun anymore, do you?
No.
What happened to it?
Bill took it.
So, we can see Ryelee standing by the car, and you and Bill are running to the car. Correct?
Correct.
So Ryelee's yelling, "Put the gun down and fight like a man." Did Bill put the gun down?
No.
Did Ryelee ever hit Bill?
Not that I know of.
You were there, you didn't see him hit Bill.
No.
And Ryelee didn't have any weapon,
No.
and Ryelee didn't steal the car.
No.
Ryelee threw off his jacket, or Bill pulled his jacket off at some point.
Ryelee took it off.
Now, right now Bill's not facing toward Ryelee. Now, Bill's bending down to pick something off the street. You can see the light from the shotgun is pointing and Bill's bending over. Do you know what he was picking up?
No.
You were right in the video between Ryelee and the car. Did you see Ryelee have any weapon?
No.
And Ryelee wants a fist fight.
Right.
I see and hear you talking to Ryelee. What were you saying? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember.
So Ryelee never had a gun.
No.
Ryelee never had a knife.
No.
Ryelee never grabbed any of those weapons that were in Bill's car.
No.
Ryelee wanted to have a fist fight with Bill.
Right.
Ryelee never tried to grab the gun from Bill.
No.
But at some point, Bill got close to Ryelee. Do you recall that?
No.
Did you hear a shot?
Yeah.
And what happened?
I don't remember.
Did Ryelee fall sideways, forward, straight down? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember.
Did Bill try to render any aid to
No.
Ryelee? Did Bill give Ryelee CPR?
No.
Did Bill try to stop the bleeding?
No.
What did Bill do with the gun?
I don't know.
Don't remember.
No.
Bill asked you to call 911, is that correct?
Yes.
And you pushed the buttons for 911 on your phone?
Yeah.
And did you talk to 911 or did you hand the phone to Bill?
I handed the phone to Bill.
Did Bill ever apologize to you for shooting your son?
No.
Did it all happen very fast?
Yes.
As you sit here today, are you certain that Ryelee didn't grab the gun from Bill?
Yeah.
And Bill never gave any first aid to Ryelee?
No.
Do you miss your son every single day?
Yes.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Powell, on direct, it was, I think you said a couple of different things with respect to Ryelee grabbing the gun. I want to ask you some questions about that, okay?
Okay.
I believe when the state first asked you, you said you don't know if Ryelee grabbed the gun. You remember saying that?
No.
You said, I don't think Ryelee grabbed the gun. That's what you said.
Okay.
You said, you testified, you think you could see the gun the whole time. That's what you said?
Okay.
Now, you testified a lot about the relationship you had with Bill. You testified you met Bill in August of 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
But that's not actually the first time you met him, right?
Oh, no.
You met him many years earlier
Yes.
when Bill was a police officer.
Yes.
You didn't have a romantic relationship back then,
No.
but you met him.
Yes, I didn't remember meeting him. He told me about it.
And then when you took the trip to Florida, that's when you got to know him a little better.
Yes.
You took a road trip to Florida regarding the animals.
Yes.
And you testified that at the time you knew Bill was married
Yes.
to April,
Yes.
and that April was okay with that relationship,
Yes.
with your and Bill's relationship.
Yes.
In fact, April participated in your relationship.
Yes.
And you and April got along fine.
Yes.
It worked for all three of you.
Yes.
You testified that Ryelee spent a lot of time with Bill.
Yes.
Bill cared about Ryelee.
Yes.
You recall an incident regarding some tennis shoes?
No.
You don't recall when Bill bought Ryelee some tennis shoes?
No.
You said Ryelee was in Bill's car a lot.
Yes.
but not after you guys were robbed.
No, I don't think so.
Now, you testified that you suspected Ryelee was involved in the burglary of the animals
Yes,
and the theft of the guns.
yes,
That's because the day before you discovered things were missing, there was an incident at your apartment.
yes,
Ryelee had come over to your apartment.
yes,
Ryelee wanted to come inside your apartment.
yes,
That's the apartment over on Main Street.
yes,
You told Ryelee at that time he couldn't come inside.
I remember.
You spoke with the police a number of times, right?
Yes,
About this case?
yes,
And you told the police everything that you remembered?
yes,
And you spoke to the police many years ago,
yes,
shortly after this incident happened?
yes,
You'd agree your memory was better then than it is now?
probably.
Because a lot of time has passed since this incident.
Right.
I'm gonna show you a video. And does that appear to be you in this video?
Yes,
And that's you speaking with a police officer?
yes,
Is that marked in some fashion?
Yes, it is gonna be on Exhibit 25 entitled Axon 12, or 12 Axon.
Thank you, proceed.
And so I'm gonna play a short clip of this. And we're gonna start at 21 minutes and 43 seconds, and we'll turn it up before we hit play.
Ryelee came over and we couldn't come in.
And we'll stop right there at 21 minutes and 48 seconds. Did you hear that okay?
yes,
That was you telling the police officer you told Ryelee he couldn't come in?
yes,
But Ryelee came inside your apartment anyways?
yes,
And that had something to do with COVID, right?
yeah,
That you were afraid of COVID at that time.
yes,
And you liked to wear a mask at that point?
yes,
And Bill respected that and always wore a mask?
yes,
But when Ryelee came over, he wasn't wearing a mask.
no,
And that's why you didn't want him to come inside?
probably.
And at some point, Bill told Ryelee to leave after he had come inside.
Yeah,
And at that point, Ryelee wanted to fight Bill.
yeah,
He started yelling at Bill.
yeah,
He started threatening Bill.
yeah,
And that was the day before you discovered that the things were stolen from you.
yeah,
You testified that there were two different thefts, or thefts at two different locations.
yeah,
That the animals had been taken from Bill's house on East Road.
yeah,
And the animals had a special area they stayed on at East Road.
yeah,
It was a shed, right?
right,
And that shed had two different rooms in it
yeah,
for different types of reptiles,
yes,
climate controlled,
yes,
special enclosures for the reptiles.
yes,
And those reptiles were taken from that shed.
right,
And that, when you discovered those reptiles were taken, you discovered the firearms had been taken from Bill's car.
yes,
And Bill's car was parked on Main Street,
right,
or I think behind Main Street in that alleyway,
yes,
because the alleyway is where you get into your apartment.
yes,
Bill's car was parked right there.
yes,
Then you discovered two guns were taken.
yes,
One gun you mentioned was in the glove compartment,
in the center console,
in the center console. So a gun was stolen from the center council?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And that was a handgun?
Yes.
You'd seen that handgun before.
Yes.
It's not as big as a shotgun.
No.
It's a handgun, it fits in your hand.
Right.
There was another handgun that was taken.
Yes.
That was actually in a lockbox
Yes.
underneath the passenger seat.
Yes.
And that lockbox was connected to a cable,
Yes.
but the cable had been cut.
Yes.
That's why Bill knew it had to been somebody that knew where that gun was
Right.
and had come prepared to take that gun.
Right.
And again, that was right after that incident at your apartment with Ryelee.
Yes.
Now, you testified that after you discovered these things were missing, you and Bill started to try to track down the animals.
Right.
I think your testimony was you went around town asking people about them,
Yes.
driving around on the street,
Yes.
asking different people on the street,
Yes.
people that you knew.
Yes.
And you testified that you suspected that it was Ryelee.
Yes.
And before the evening of October 19th, you had asked Ryelee about the animals.
Yes.
You and Bill actually went to Rylee's apartment,
Yes.
his apartment on Mill Street,
Yes.
and that's when you asked Ryelee about the animals.
Yes.
And he denied that he had taken the animals.
Yeah.
Bill didn't threaten Ryelee at that point.
No.
Bill didn't hurt Ryelee at that point.
No.
Bill didn't pull a gun on Ryelee at that point.
No.
But you both went over there because you suspected that Ryelee was involved.
Yes.
Now, earlier in the night on October 19th, you were over at Bill's house on East Road.
Yes.
Bill was there.
Yes.
You were there.
Yes.
Rowan, excuse me, Rowan was there.
Yes.
April was there.
Yes.
It's not uncommon for Rowan and you to come over to Bill's house on East Road.
No.
Not uncommon for Rowan to spend the night at Bill's house on East Road.
No.
And Rowan had a bedtime at that point.
Yes.
Do you remember what time his bedtime was?
9 o'clock.
And before you guys left, Rowan was getting ready for bed.
Yes.
And you left shortly before Rowan's bedtime.
Yes.
And Rowan was inside getting ready for bed.
Yes.
Now, at some point when you were on East Road, you received some messages from Mackenzie.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
What number is that?
72. Ms. Powell, I just handed you what's been marked Exhibit 72. You recognize those, correct?
Yes.
Those are messages on your phone,
Yes.
messages from Mackenzie,
Yes.
and you received those when you were at Bill's house on East Road.
Yes.
And in those messages, Mackenzie indicated she had heard Ryelee was gonna rob Bill.
Yes.
And that's when you told her you were already robbed.
Yeah.
And Mackenzie had been Rylee's girlfriend at some point.
Yes.
Mackenzie told you after you said you had already been robbed that it was your son, Ryelee.
Yes.
There had been people asking for a ride.
Yes.
A ride from Mackenzie's sister,
Yes.
Mackenzie's sister Madison.
Yes.
A ride to go rob Bill.
Yes.
You testified that you really got to know Bill in August of 2019.
Yes.
And in the time that you knew Bill, Bill always carried a gun.
Yes.
Bill always had a gun in his car.
Yes.
You knew Bill to have 2 handguns,
Yes.
the 2 that were kept in his car.
Yes.
You didn't know Bill to have any other handguns.
No.
After the handguns were stolen, that's when Bill started to carry the shotgun.
Yes.
And that's when he kept the shotgun in the car.
Yes.
He had the shotgun in the car routinely in the week after his handguns were stolen.
Yes.
You saw the shotgun in the car,
Yes.
and I think you testified the shotgun was kept in the back seat.
Yes.
And so it wasn't until, I think you said, after the handguns were stolen that Bill put the shotgun in the car.
Right.
And the shotgun was in a case.
No.
It was just laying out there.
Yes.
He had a case for it,
Yes.
a sleeve for it, right?
Yes.
A white sleeve.
Okay.
Maybe not a case, but a covering to it.
All right.
And after Bill discovered the handguns were stolen, Ryelee was never in the car after that point.
Yeah, he was.
You testified on direct that he was never in the car after the handguns were stolen.
Oh, he was. We went to question somebody, and he came with us the day that we found out that they were stolen.
On October 15th,
Yeah.
you just remembered that now?
Yeah.
You never told the police that,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
You never mentioned that on direct examination?
No.
In fact, when you were asked on direct examination, was Ryelee ever in the car, you said he wasn't in the car after the handguns were stolen.
Mhm.
That was your testimony?
Yes.
At some point, you and Bill went to Tara's house.
Yes.
And Tara lives on Van Street.
Yes.
You knew where she lived.
Yes.
You'd been there before.
Yes.
You went there earlier. You actually followed Tara into her driveway.
Yes.
You parked all the way back at the end of her driveway by the garage.
Yes.
And then you went into Tara's house with Bill.
Yes.
You were asking about the animals.
Yes.
Asking if they had any information about the animals.
Yes.
And you said Daisha provided you some information.
Yes.
And ultimately you left at some point from Tara's house.
Yes.
Before you left, you told Tara you would be back.
I don't remember, but
You're not disagreeing that you told Tara you would be back.
no.
And then you and Bill drove to Main Street.
We went to Walgreens.
You went to Walgreens and then Main Street.
Mhm.
So your testimony today is after you left Tara's house, you went to Walgreens.
Yes.
Do you remember what Walgreens you went to?
The one in Waupaca.
Do you remember which one in Waupaca? Is there more than one?
I don't think so.
Okay. And is that over you remember where about in Waupaca that is?
Down Fulton Street, I think.
Not close to Main Street.
No.
It would take you some time to get to Walgreens from Tara's house.
About 5 minutes.
And then from Walgreens to Main Street, it would take you a couple more minutes.
Yeah.
Then you went to Main Street after Walgreens.
Yes.
That's your testimony here today.
Yes.
And when you got to Main Street, there was a police officer there?
Yes.
Or the police officer got there after you arrived?
Yes.
And you spoke with that police officer?
Yes.
After you spoke with the police officer, Bill got back in the vehicle?
Yes.
And Bill made a phone call?
I don't remember.
And at some point, Bill started to drive the car?
Yes.
And as he was driving, is that when Danielle called?
Yes.
And Danielle called Bill's phone.
I think so.
And then Bill actually handed the phone to you to answer.
Yes.
And that's when you spoke with Danielle?
Yes.
Danielle said she had Angela on the line.
Yes.
And you spoke with Angela.
Yes.
And while you were talking to Angela, Bill was driving?
Yes.
And you don't know where Bill was driving?
No.
He ultimately started to drive down School Street.
I don't remember.
You were on the phone
Yes.
with Angela,
Yes.
finding out information about the animals.
Yes.
That created some emotion in you.
Yes.
You weren't really paying attention to Bill driving.
No.
You don't know where Bill was driving to.
No.
But you were generally going in the direction of Van Street.
Yeah.
And Tara lives on Van Street.
Yes.
So as Bill was driving down School Street, driving towards the direction of Tara's house.
Yes.
When you were speaking to Angela, you had never been to Angela's house before.
No.
You knew generally where Angela lived.
No.
Bill knew generally where Angela lived.
Yeah, maybe.
You knew it was somewhere outside of Waupaca,
Yeah.
but you didn't know the actual address.
No.
At some point during that phone call, Angela gave you the address.
Yes.
And at some point during that phone call, you told Angela you had to call the police.
Yes.
Angela told you not to call the police.
Yes.
She said the police were already at her house earlier,
Yes.
and she didn't want trouble. She didn't want the police back.
Right.
You testified that while driving, you saw Ryelee walking down School Street.
Yes.
And he was walking sort of northwest on School Street.
Yes.
This was late at night.
Yes.
It was after 10 o'clock at night.
I'm not sure.
It was October.
Yes.
It was dark outside.
Yes.
You said you saw Ryelee.
Yes.
When you saw Ryelee, Bill didn't say anything about needing to find Ryelee.
No.
Bill didn't say anything about wanting to find Ryelee.
No.
Bill's demeanor didn't change.
No.
When you left Main Street, Bill didn't have any intention to hurt Ryelee.
Objection.
Sustained.
When you left Main Street, Bill didn't say anything about Ryelee when you left.
No.
Bill didn't say anything about wanting to hurt Ryelee.
No.
Bill didn't say anything about using the gun on Ryelee.
No.
You never heard Bill threaten Ryelee.
No.
Now, ultimately, you said Bill turned down to Van Street
Yes.
and drove all the way to the end of Van Street.
Yes.
There's a street light at the end of Van Street,
Yes.
and Bill parked on the side of the road right there.
Yes.
That's right in front of Tara's house.
Yes.
And then Bill got out of the car,
Yes.
and you got out of the car.
Yes.
And that's when you saw Ryelee running.
Yes.
Ryelee was running towards the car.
Yes.
Ryelee threw up his jacket.
Yes.
Ryelee wanted to fight Bill.
Yes.
Ryelee started yelling at Bill.
Yes.
Ryelee was yelling about the police.
I don't remember.
We'll pull up a video for you. And this is again on Exhibit 2512 Axon.
In just a moment, can the clerk raise the volume now? 'Cause I couldn't hear at all what was played before.
And I'm gonna start playing at 6 minutes and 52 seconds.
I
Okay.
was yelling about the police coming to his house
And we'll stop right there at 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Oh, 56 seconds. Were you able to hear that, Ms.
Yes.
Howell? That was you telling the police that Ryelee was yelling about the police.
Yes.
In fact, the police being at his house earlier.
Yes.
And then Ryelee started to come at Bill.
Yes.
He started coming at Bill like he was gonna attack Bill.
Yes.
At some point, Ryelee tried to swing at Bill.
I think so.
Do you think so? You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Okay, we'll play a little clip for you. And same exhibit will start at 8 minutes and 57 seconds.
Like, what was he doing?
trying to want to swing at him or something.
We'll stop at, is that 9 minutes and 2 seconds? You were able to hear that?
Yes.
That was you telling the police officer that Ryelee tried taking a swing at Bill?
Yes.
At some point, Bill had the shotgun.
Yes.
I think your testimony was, you don't know when Bill got the shotgun?
No.
But after Bill got the shotgun, Ryelee went at him.
Yes.
Ryelee went at him and the gun went off.
Yes.
Objection.
She can answer if she can.
Yes.
Now, I'm gonna pull up the very end of the doorbell video that we watched a little bit ago. Okay, and so this is after at some point Bill had got the gun.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're gonna play this to the end. And we're gonna stop at this point. At this point, you were able to watch the video,
Yes.
and you still have the shotgun in your hand,
Yes.
and you're walking towards the vehicle,
Yes.
and that's when you testified Ryelee got in the vehicle.
Yes.
And you mentioned on direct that that Bill kept a lot of stuff in his vehicle,
Yes.
knives,
Yes.
and so Ryelee went into the driver's side,
Yes.
and both you and Bill started to go towards the vehicle.
Yes.
We'll continue to play. And we'll stop right there. At that point, we saw that Bill took the shotgun back from you, right?
Yes.
And Ryelee got out of the vehicle.
Yes.
You're sort of near the back of the vehicle.
Yes.
Okay, we'll continue to play a little bit more. And we'll stop. So you can see the flashlight on the shotgun,
Yes.
and you can see that the flashlight is pointed towards the ground.
Yes.
And that's Ryelee sort of walking closer to Bill.
Yes.
And Bill's not pointing the shotgun at Ryelee.
No.
And in fact, it kind of looks like he's backing up.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll play some more. And we'll stop right there. So that was Bill walking and then bending down to pick something up.
Yes.
And Ryelee coming towards him.
Yes.
And Bill still has the shotgun in his hands.
Yes.
And the shotgun, we can actually see the flashlight pointed towards the ground.
Yes.
And the flashlight's pointing where the gun is pointing, right?
Right.
And so Bill's actually still pointing the gun on the ground.
Right.
He's not pointing it at Ryelee.
No.
Okay, we'll continue to play that. And we'll stop right there. So now Bill's sort of behind the vehicle,
Right.
and he's still pointing the shotgun on the ground.
Yeah.
He's not pointing the shotgun at Ryelee.
No.
Okay, and we'll play it one last second. And that's where that video ends.
Yes.
And so Bill sort of, and we'll just bring it to the very last portion of this. So that's where the video ends. Bill still has the shotgun pointed towards the ground.
Right.
And then Ryelee is on the other side of you away from Bill.
Yeah.
And so you're facing Ryelee at that point.
Yeah.
And at that point is when Ryelee went at Bill,
Yes.
and then the gun went off.
Yes.
So when Ryelee went at Bill from that position, you had to turn around and look.
Yeah.
And the way you were facing would have been facing towards Tara's house.
Yeah.
And that's the same way Ryelee would have been facing to go at Bill.
Yeah, I think so.
So Riley's back would have been to you.
Yeah.
You couldn't see the front of Ryelee.
No.
We talked about that when Bill was driving sort of in this direction, you had been on the phone.
Yes.
And again, you were on Bill's phone.
Yes.
After the gun went off, Bill told you to call 911.
Yes.
And you had Bill's phone.
Yes.
You had to go inside the car to get Bill's phone.
Yes.
And then you found Bill's phone
Yes.
in the car.
Yes.
You dialed 911,
Yes.
and then you handed the phone back to Bill.
Yes.
And Bill spoke to 911.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Tiffany, I'm handing you what's been marked exhibit number 15, and I'll take back this exhibit. That's a phone call log that I've handed to you. And it's Bill's phone log. Can you look at the second call from the very top? Do you see that?
Yes.
That's the phone call to 911.
Yes.
That would have been when you dialed 911
Yes.
on Bill's phone.
Yes.
and then handed the phone to Bill?
Yes.
And it has the date that that phone call was made,
Yes.
October 19th of 2020?
Yes.
And it has the time that that phone call was made,
Yes.
and that says 10:20 and 3 seconds PM?
Yes.
Can you see that okay?
Yes.
And so I wrote 10:20 and 3 seconds PM, Bill speaks to 911?
Yes.
And that's accurate based on what we just talked about?
Yes.
Now, after this incident, you were charged with a crime, right?
Yes.
You were charged with several crimes.
Yes.
One of those crimes was first-degree intentional homicide.
Yes.
You pled guilty to a lesser crime.
Yes.
You were sentenced to prison,
Yes.
and that's where you are.
Yes.
Prison's not a fun place to be.
No.
You don't plan on moving for several years.
Correct.
That's not the first time you've been convicted of a crime.
No.
You've been convicted 14 times.
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Do you expect your redirect to be lengthy or
No, Your Honor.
redirect then?
You were present when, Bill called 911?
Yes.
I'm gonna play that call, and it will be on State's Exhibit 14. It's labeled 911 call. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm on the corner of Auburn and Van Street. I'm sorry, Van Street. And Shepherd Street.
Van and Shepherd Street?
Yes.
What's going on?
Ryelee Manente was walking home. I confronted him. He attacked me and I shot him. I tried to
Did you
tase him when he
video
was
live?
coming in. What's that?
Is he alive?
Yes, he's alive. I need
Where was he shot?
in the chest.
Hold on 1 second, okay?
You heard Bill make that call?
Yes.
Did Bill ever check to see if Ryelee was alive?
No.
Was Ryelee moving?
No.
Was Ryelee saying anything?
No.
At that time, did you have any idea if Ryelee was alive?
No.
Now, I want to play the video one more time. Now, Ryelee is standing still, and there's only 6 houses on Van Street, so he's 2 houses from the end of the street, and he's standing there. When Mr. Hogan asked you if Ryelee was charging Bill, you said yes. But Rylee's standing there and Bill's going to Ryelee, isn't that true?
Yes.
So is Ryelee charging Bill or is Bill charging Ryelee?
Bill's charging Ryelee.
And what I see on that video is that Bill is trying to catch Ryelee, not that Riley's trying to catch Bill.
Your Honor, objection, the prosecutor is
Well,
testifying.
sustained. Rephrase your question.
Do you see Ryelee attacking Bill or Bill attacking Ryelee?
Bill attacking Ryelee.
Ryelee runs away from Bill, isn't that true?
Yes.
And you said Ryelee got in the car?
Yes.
How long was he in the car?
Not long.
Second?
Yeah, he was acting like he was gonna take it, but he can't drive stick.
So that's a manual transmission.
Mhm.
He had been in the car before though.
Yeah.
Did he even try to put it into gear?
I don't think so.
Did you ever see the taillights come on while Ryelee was in the car?
No.
Now, at this time, when the gun's pointed at the ground, you testified that you were standing between Bill and Ryelee.
Yes.
And I thought Mr. Hogan asked you if you were facing Ryelee or if you were facing Bill. And I wasn't sure of your answer.
I was facing Bill, I think.
We can't, can you tell from the picture?
No.
So, if you were facing Bill, were you protecting Ryelee?
I don't know.
Well, Ryelee was behind you.
Yeah.
So, at that point, if Bill had raised the gun, it would have been pointing at you.
Right.
Because you were standing in front of Ryelee. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, my recollection, when I asked you if Ryelee was ever in the car after the theft of the animals, you said you weren't sure.
Right.
But since then, you remembered an incident when he was in the car.
Yes.
When the gun was in the car, was it always in a case, or was it sometimes just open in the car?
Sometimes it was just open in the car.
When you stopped the car on Van Street, You knew where the animals were.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Hogan?
Ms. Howell, when the bill stopped the car in Van Street, you just testified you knew where the animals were.
Yes.
Because you were talking to Danielle and Angela.
Yes.
Now, you said you were there when Bill was talking to 911.
Yes.
You heard on that 911 call Bill say, "I need an ambulance."
Yes.
Sounded like Bill was out of breath a little bit.
Yes.
You said when Ryelee got in the car, it looked like he might try to steal the car,
Yeah.
but he can't drive stick shift.
Right.
Do you know how to drive a stick shift?
Yes.
Or Ryelee doesn't?
No.
Driving a stick shift can be hard, right?
Yes.
Harder than a manual or an automatic transmission.
Yes.
There's like extra pedals you need to press.
Yes.
One of them is a clutch.
Yes.
And sometimes if you press them in the wrong order, you can stall the vehicle out,
Yes.
and then the car can't go anywhere.
Right.
When you park the car, you put the parking brake on.
Right.
You testified at the beginning of the video, this doorbell video that we saw, when everyone's in front of the house with the doorbell, you testified Ryelee standing still.
Right.
But of course, Ryelee didn't just magically appear in that position, right?
Right.
He had come down from, you had seen him on School Street.
Yes.
And so at some point he came from School Street to where we saw him standing in the road.
Yes.
And so when you testified that he came running at the car, he came running down Van Street,
Yes.
and at some point he stopped.
Yes.
And we saw when he stopped, that's when Bill handed you the gun.
Yes.
And that's when I think we heard on there something about a taser.
Yes.
We think we heard Ryelee say, "Put down the taser."
Yes.
And Bill said, "I'm not gonna put it down."
Yeah.
And then both of Bill and Ryelee started squaring off with each other.
Yes.
And at the very end, you testified you don't know if you were facing Ryelee or facing Bill at the end of that video.
Right.
But just seconds before, you weren't directly in the middle of Ryelee and Bill.
Right.
And when you weren't right between Ryelee and Bill, Bill still didn't have the gun pointed at Ryelee.
I don't know.
Well, we can back up that video just a few seconds.
You want me to?
Sure.
Sorry.
Oh, it's
I'm sorry,
fine.
which table?
I have it up.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, if we could just back up. So, Ms. Powell, at that point, you're not directly in the middle of Bill and Ryelee.
Mm.
And so we still see that the flashlight is pointed towards the ground.
Yes.
And so if Bill had pointed it at Ryelee, he wouldn't be pointing it at you.
No.
I have nothing further.
Anything further, Ms. Ishwood?
Just one question. When you talked to Danielle and Angela, did you have the phone on speaker?
Yes.
Because you can actually hear Bill on the call. He talked to them as well?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
I assume nothing further.
No.
We will take a morning recess then.
Your Honor, if I can make one statement?
Yes.
Subject to getting the exhibits entered and admitted and accounted for, the state rests.
Okay. During the break, we will decide what's received and then we'll let the jury know.
Your Honor, the state is completed with this witness, but we are asking that she be held.
Okay, she may be taken back to the jail then, but she is not released. So we are back on the record, obviously. According to my notes, Exhibit 9 has not been identified yet.
That's correct.
And you're not moving that, so I'll take it.
That's correct.
So otherwise I have 1 through 8 received, 10 through 13 received. Obviously there's been a lot of discussion about 14, which is your electronic, you characterized as state's electronic evidence for Monday. But that's basically what's been being played, so I assume that's received. Has there been a complete disclosure of all the contents?
There has been. What we will submit is only what has been played, and we just have it broken down on the disc as what we entered on Monday, what we entered on Tuesday, as subfolders on 14. If there is anything on there that we did not offer or play, we will remove it.
Okay. Well, then obviously that's received with that understanding. Then I have exhibits 15 and 16 received. Then I have exhibits 17 through 27 have all been identified. None have been offered or received.
And at this time, we would move to enter all of those.
Any objection?
No, I know some of those were the defenses, so no objection to any of those coming in.
They're all received then?
And that was through 27, did you say?
That was through 27. Then I have exhibit 28, which is a statement of Tara Dalrymple, which has been identified, not offered or received.
That was a defense exhibit.
I would offer that.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Received. 29 was Daisha Bartle's written statement's been identified, it's not been offered or received.
And I would offer that at this time as well.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Received. Then I do have exhibits 30.
That was the
No,
Dr. C.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to figure out how far I have them received. 30 through 68 have all been received. 69 is 70, 71, and 72 have not been received yet. 69 is a photo of the shotgun. 70 as in 71, those were defense photographs trying to show the measurements.
And I would offer those as well at this time.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They are received. And then the last one I have is messages from Tiffany Powell's phone from Mackenzie.
And I would offer those at this time as well.
Any objection?
No, but I would like to talk a little bit about Exhibit 25 before we're done with this.
Okay.
25 is this defense's electronic exhibit. If we have more exhibits during the next section of the case, we're going to have another flash drive with different exhibits because we're considering 14 to be done and closed now. It's been received.
Okay.
I just want to see how the defense is going to do theirs. There was a lot of information shown. I just want to make a clear record because you've received 25, and so I assume there's not going to be any more new evidence from 25?
There, I believe, are a couple of other additional things on there that may still come out.
Well, if then those should be identified in some fashion. What 25 that's been received would have been what has been played so far.
Okay. Yeah, and I know every time that we showed or played anything,
You have identified the accent and the numbers, and that's
right.
We kind of, when all those text messages were being shown, I don't know how they were identified on the flash drive.
As I indicated yesterday, they were identified as message with the person I discussed when asking the question of that officer.
So nothing more from 25 will go on. Will you start a new flash drive if you have more evidence? Or are there items on 25 that have not been identified?
There's more that have not been identified.
So I just want the court to address how that will be handled. I think the record needs to know what's in as the case in chief and what will be in as a defense case.
it does need to be clarified. So if you have additional, perhaps, can you do download in the form of a flash drive for any of the additional elements, or
We have flash drives if you need.
Yeah, I mean, we can do that. I don't know which of them will be used, but we can certainly do that.
okay,
Thank you. Just trying to make a clear record. It's not easy in a case like this.
yes.
I'm sorry, Judge, number 8, was that one received?
8, oh, that has not been received either, thank you.
And then
Uh, 9's not been identified.
Okay.
Number 8 was identified, and that was a picture of Mr. Zelenski's hands. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
and I thought I had moved that in when the pathologist was testifying. But I would move to admit it now.
I assume no objection.
No objection.
Received. Thank you. So 9 has been marked, never identified, and otherwise everything else has been received, I believe.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So you're resting after we advise the jury that everything's been received?
Yes.
So, do you know, Mr. Hogan, is your client going to be testifying? Or do you need time to talk with him? Because we will certainly need to voir dire him at some point in time.
I will talk with him, but the defense does have additional witnesses, some of which should be out in the hallway already.
Okay, so we don't need to address that issue until later.
Correct.
So then let's take a morning recess.
Your Honor, before we take a recess, since the state has rested, at this time I would ask for a directed verdict in this case.
And I will deny your request. Looking at the evidence, there's certainly a basis that there could be a finding of an intentional homicide here, so your motion's denied. So we will recess then. Please be seated. Take it we're ready for the jury?
Yes.
Do you want me to rest again on the record?
I'll I'll announce you've rested and I'll.
I put the copy of the exhibit 14 up on the clerk's desk.
Good. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the break, the state rested. The court received all of the exhibits that have been identified, so now Mr. Hogan will call his first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the defense would call Officer Grant.
Please raise your right hand and state your name for the record.
Thomas Grant.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Officer, can you tell me how you're employed?
I'm a full-time police officer with the City of Waupaca Police Department.
How long have you been an officer?
April 2017 was when I was hired full-time with the City of Waupaca. Prior to that, I believe it was 2010, I started part-time as a reserve deputy with the county.
And what sort of training do you need to have to become an officer?
There's a recruit academy. At the time, I believe it was 520 hours when I went through it. Now it's up to 720.
And when would have you completed that?
I want to say end of 2011.
And then after you completed that, that's when you were sworn in as a police officer?
That's when I became certified.
Okay. And I think you testified in 2017 is when you were employed by Waupaca Police Department?
April of 2017, correct.
And what role do you currently have with the Waupaca Police Department?
In, I want to say June of 2020, I took the position of the narcotics investigator.
And that's a special position?
It's a lateral transfer, just a different position than patrol.
And as part of that, do you have any additional specialized training that you needed to complete for that?
Since getting the position, I have been to additional training. I want to say last year I went to DCI's Drug Investigation School.
And DCI is?
Department of Criminal Investigations. They're for the state of Wisconsin.
And what types of things did you learn at that DCI program?
Drug trends, different drugs, how they're packaged, transported, values, different investigative methods, search warrants, other warrants, just the full realm of doing a drug investigation.
Were you taught how to identify somebody who may be on drugs?
Yes, we looked at behaviors and different things that, and how they affect an individual or individuals.
And as part of that training, or in your experience since 2020, have you had experience dealing with people suspected to be on drugs?
Yes.
What kinds of drugs?
Marijuana, mushrooms, acid, or LSD, methamphetamine, cocaine, heroin, fentanyl.
I want to ask you some questions about behaviors associated with meth use. You said you're experienced with that?
Yes.
What kind of behaviors might somebody exhibit while on meth?
Meth is very erratic. Individuals that are on it, they can be very down, but most of the time they're pretty elevated because it is an upper. Very paranoid. That's probably the most obvious sign. They think things are there that aren't there. Aggressive, just very erratic. It would be the best way I can describe it.
Would one behavior be feelings of increased physical strength?
It could.
What about impulse control? Does it have an impact on somebody's impulse control?
It could.
In what way?
They'll stay up for days, if not a week at a time. I know a lot of people that'll just clean uncontrollably, and other activities they'll just do uncontrollably.
And are those behaviors fairly common?
Individual specific, I would say.
Okay.
And sometimes it depends. I mean, obviously we don't know all the time what the drugs are cut with, so that could be a factor as well. But I would say individually, it's specific to an individual typically.
And I think you termed meth users as sort of unpredictable.
Yes.
And that would be probably the best term to describe them?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further at this time.
Ross?
You talked about some of the drugs that are now being cut with different substances. Are you seeing that more now than you did in 2020?
I was relatively new in 2020 to the position. And obviously I've had my eyes opened a lot more being in this role. I would say yes, just because of those factors. We went from seeing speedballs being heroin coke to being fentanyl meth. We're seeing coke cut with fentanyl. I mean, there's just so many varieties right now, it's hard to keep up with.
Do people get a tolerance to a drug if they use it a lot?
They do. The best way I ever heard this explained to me in one of my trainings, and I can't speak to what training that was, is when you think about alcohol and somebody has their first drink, they really feel that first one. But then after that, they're always chasing that next high. And we really correlate that when we talk about heroin, because that's an opiate. So it started with heroin, and now you see people going to fentanyl and carfentanil and the next synthetic, because they're always chasing that next high.
So as far as meth, can you say build up a tolerance to meth where you need more in order to get high?
I would say so. Individuals I've interviewed that have been on it have talked about starting out just snorting it or ingesting it and then going to other methods of smoking or injecting just to get that high faster and quicker.
And for the entire time that they're under the influence of a substance, do they have expected behavior that entire time? Or does it hit them and then taper off, but it's still in their system?
I can't speak to the whole totality of while they're on it, because everybody's different, different tolerances, stuff like that.
Has every single person you've seen on meth been aggressive?
Not every single person.
Has every single person you've seen on meth have impulse control?
No.
Has every single person you've seen on meth been paranoid?
No.
Have you ever known of anybody who tested positive for meth but you didn't even guess they were on it?
Yes, that happens.
So today you can't say with any kind of certainty what any individual on meth, what their behavior would be.
No, it's like I said, it's very erratic.
Okay. What about THC? Does that kind of have the opposite effect?
Usually it's a relaxing or a calming effect. Almost like a downer, but not.
Mellow, I think was the
Mellow.
term from the 60s.
That'd be a good description.
And so what about somebody who's doing meth and THC?
again, the meth is very erratic.
But the THC could mellow them.
Possibly, yes.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Officer, with respect to somebody using both methamphetamine and THC, would it depend on the amount of each substance used?
I suppose it could. I'm not a chemical expert. Like I said, drugs affect everybody so different. So then you start incorporating 2 drugs, and that can really change the way things are for an individual.
So if somebody was on 2 substances, would it potentially make them even more unpredictable?
It could.
You indicated, or you talked about building up a tolerance. In individuals who build up a tolerance, would they still display behaviors associated with drug use?
I believe so.
Nothing further.
Sir Schwitt.
What are the effects of acid use?
That I haven't seen a lot of. I've taken it off individuals and seized it in different search warrants. I can't say that I've ever had an individual on it personally.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
You may step down. I take it this officer's released.
Yes, Your Honor.
For today, yes.
Well, it sounds like you may be subject to recall. You may call your next witness.
At this time, the defense would call Billy Robbins.
Please raise your right hand and state your name for the record. Billy Robbins, do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may be seated. Thank you.
Ms. Robbins, how are you employed?
I'm employed at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in Wausau.
And what is your responsibility at the State Crime Lab?
Currently, I am the forensic scientist supervisor. I oversee all of the scientific staff at the laboratory.
And what was your role in November of 2020?
In 2020, I was a controlled substance analyst who also did alcohol analysis for the toxicology unit.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since July of 2011.
And did you need any sort of specialized education or training to do that job?
I have a master's degree in biomedical science. I have a master's degree in forensic science. I have a bachelor's degree in biomedical science. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology, and I have a minor in chemistry.
And in your role at the State Crime Laboratory, do you engage in any additional education or training?
Yes, I do.
And what sort of education and training?
I received on-the-job training in both the controlled substances and toxicology unit. I have attended various national and international training seminars for organizations such as Clandestine Lab Investigating Chemists. I have attended the Robert Borkenstein training on alcohol and traffic safety, as well as various webinars that were pertinent to my duties.
And with respect to the Bill Zelenski case, how were you involved in this case?
I received a blood kit to test for the presence or absence of alcohol.
And how do you do that?
I first received the kit and I open it up and take notes about what I got. In most cases, we receive 2 gray-topped tubes in some type of a box. I label the tubes with the case number, my initials and date, and if there were 2 tubes, I select one for testing, and then I test it using a gas chromatograph with headspace.
And Do you draft any sort of reports?
Yes, I do.
And is that fairly common to do?
Yes.
Did you do so in this case?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Robbins, I'm handing you what's been marked Exhibit 73. Can you identify that?
Exhibit 73 is a report I authored for crime laboratory case number W20-1760.
And what's detailed in that report?
It states the agency who submitted the case to us along with their case number. It has my signature, the signature of our laboratory director. It has the case name of a victim in this case, and then it states what I received. So in this case, it was blood recovered from William Zelenski on October 20th, 2020. That was drawn at 01:33 hours, so 1:33 a.m. It was received at the crime lab on October 22nd of 2020, and then it lists the testing performed and the results.
And so that blood sample that you received on, I think you said you received it on October 26th, or the state crime lab did?
The 22nd.
22nd. And that was drawn on October 20th at 1:33 a.m.?
Correct.
And that's the blood sample that you performed the testing on?
Correct.
And what was the result of your testing?
That there was no ethanol detected. Ethanol is the drinking type of alcohol.
And are you aware that alcohol can be absorbed into somebody's system?
Yes.
Is there a standard rate at which that occurs?
Alcohol absorption can be dependent on different type of factors. Are you drinking in more of a social drinking setting that you're, sitting around on the couch or at a barbecue, slowly drinking a beer, or are you sitting there doing shots and beer bongs and keg stands? That would obviously have a different type of absorption rate. Whether or not you have food in your stomach could matter as well. In most social drinking settings, we would assume that the alcohol is absorbed within the first 20 minutes. But depending on other factors that can contribute, in most cases, alcohol would be totally absorbed within an hour.
And what about an elimination rate?
Elimination rates can vary from person to person. Studies have shown that there is an average elimination rate of 0.015 grams per 100 milliliters per hour.
When you said 0.015 grams per 100 milliliters, there's a legal limit to drive in Wisconsin, right?
Yes.
And that's at grams per 100 milliliters?
Correct.
Okay. And you said the 0.015 is the average?
Average, yes.
Okay. And the report Exhibit 73, is that reviewed by anybody?
Yes, it is reviewed by another analyst that is authorized in the discipline, and it is also reviewed by somebody in generally management. So in this case, who is our lab director now, but at the time she was the lab supervisor.
And what's the purpose behind somebody else reviewing it?
The technical review by another analyst is to make sure that all policies and procedures were followed, that all of the controls pass, that there was no question about the validity of the analysis. The administrative review looks more for typos and transcription errors, things like that, just to help make sure that everything that we're putting on a report is true and accurate.
And you said that did occur in this case?
Yes, it did.
And any errors or anything detected?
Not that I'm aware of.
And that Exhibit 73 is a fair and accurate copy of the report you prepared?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 73.
No objection.
Received.
And I have no further questions.
Actually, before you proceed, Ms. Isherwood, ma'am, would you spell your name for the record, please?
Billie, B-I-L-L-I-E, Robbins, Robbins.
Thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Isherwood.
Thank you. Can you tell from this test if there was any or ethanol in Mr. Zelenski's system at 9:30 or 10 o'clock on October 19th?
This test is specifically for what was in the blood at 1:33 when the blood was drawn.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
You testified regarding the average elimination rate. If there was a certain level of ethanol in that blood prior to 133, would you be able to make some determinations about that?
It is possible that there was alcohol consumed earlier, but it had already been eliminated by the time of my testing.
And so at, let's say, 10 o'clock p.m., if there were alcohol, you could determine what that potential maximum amount would be for it all to have been eliminated by 1:33 a.m.?
I could.
And what sort of maximum level would you be able to see if all of it had been eliminated by 1:33?
Sorry, digging for a calculator.
And can you, while you're doing that, describe to the jury the math that you're using to determine that?
So the starting time is 10:30?
Let's say 10 o'clock p.m.
10 o'clock. So first I'm determining the amount of time elapsed. So from 10 o'clock to 1:33 in the morning, that would be about 3 hours and 33 minutes. So that would be about 3.55 hours. If I take 3.55 hours times the average elimination rate of a 0.015, at 10 o'clock, a individual with an average elimination rate could have been at a 0.053 and still be eliminated at 1:33.
And if it were higher than that, you would expect, at least potentially, to discover ethanol in their system at 1:33 a.m.?
Correct.
And 0.053 is under the legal limit to drive in Wisconsin?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Ms. Isherwood,
I have nothing.
you may step down, ma'am. I assume Ms. Robbins is released?
Yes.
Yes.
You're released. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And at this time, the defense would call Stefani Restituyo.
Please raise your right hand and state your name for the record.
Stephanie Restituyo.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated, please.
Thank you.
Good morning. Can you please state your name or spell your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Stephanie Restituyo. It is spelled STEPHANNY
And how are you employed?
Currently, I am employed as a senior toxicologist at the crime lab in Madison.
And how long have you been employed there?
I have been employed there for approximately 3.5 years, or since November 2019.
what sort of education did you complete to be able to work there?
Well, I received a bachelor's in forensic toxicology from John Jay College of Criminal Justice. I have prior work experience as a laboratory technician in a toxicology lab for the medical examiner's office in Newark, New Jersey. And on arriving to the crime lab, I underwent a training program of approximately a year to a year and a half in order to be authorized to perform all of my duties today.
And have you completed any additional education or training?
Since I have been at the crime lab, I also do attend continuing education courses to facilitate just knowing what is going on in the field currently and to stay up to date.
And were you in that position on June 3rd of 2021?
Yes, I was.
And how were you involved in this case?
I performed the drug testing for this case.
And what's involved in drug testing?
Well, initially we begin with screening techniques, and based on those screening techniques, we will then have what we call presumptive positives, which we will then go on to actually confirm. So typically the way that a drug sample is tested is that it is extracted and then analyzed on instrumentation to obtain the data.
And what sort of drugs do you test for?
We test for a pretty wide variety of drugs. We have what is called an ELISA panel as well as a general drug analysis. The ELISA panel has 10 different drug classes and drugs, some of them restricted controlled substances, and as well as some prescription drugs. And the general drug analysis will generally see prescription drugs. So there's quite a variety of drugs that we do test for.
Do you know specific drugs that you test for?
Yes, but it would be quite the list.
Okay. What about on that, I think you said ELISA or ELISA?
ELISA. So ELISA is a screening technique. Off the top of my head, the classes that are screened for on ELISA are amphetamines, methamphetamines, cocaine, opioids, cannabinoids, benzodiazepines, ketamine, buprenorphine, zolpidem, and I'm sorry, there is one more that I am currently blanking on. I do, however, have the case information with me. With that information, I can always look at it to finish answering the question.
That's okay. And you said cannabinoids, that's THC or marijuana?
Yes, it targets marijuana metabolites. That's what that assay specifically does.
And when you perform these tests, do you prepare any sort of report?
Yes. When we are done testing a sample, we do what is called a batch workup that will go through technical review. When technical review is completed and testing has been completed, whoever is charged with the responsibility will write the report, and then again that report will also undergo a series of technical reviews before it leaves the door.
And what's all involved in a technical review?
A technical review is basically where one of my peers will take the data that I have worked up and they will work it up as though they had ran those cases themselves. And the point of that is to check to make sure that everything in the batch is meeting all of the quality criteria put forth in our manual and that there are no corrections that need to be made.
And you prepared a report in this case?
I did prepare the report in this case.
I'm handing you what's been marked Exhibit 74. Do you recognize that?
I do recognize it.
And what is that?
This is a confidential report of laboratory findings from the Madison Crime Lab, authored by myself.
And is that the results from the blood that you tested in this case?
Yes, it is.
And when was that, or does the report indicate when the blood was drawn?
The report indicates that the blood was drawn on October 20th, 2020 at 01:33 hours.
So 1:33 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And what tests specifically did you run on that blood sample?
I specifically ran an ELISA, which is a screening technique, as well as a general drug analysis, which is also kind of like a screening technique.
Okay, let's start with the ELISA test. And on that report, it indicates all the drugs that you can detect under the ELISA. Is there an additional one that you didn't mention before that it tests for?
Fentanyl, did I say? I can read it out from the bottom of the report. So this procedure targets amphetamines, methamphetamines, cocaine, metabolites, opiates, benzodiazepines, cannabinoids, fentanyl, buprenorphine, ketamine, and zolpidem.
And what was the result of that test or screening on the blood sample you tested in this case?
There was nothing detected in this sample.
And you testified that there was an additional general screening?
Yes, this is the general drug analysis by gas chromatography and mass spectrometry.
And what drugs would that potentially identify?
This general drug analysis mostly looks for over-the-counter and prescription drugs.
And was there any drugs identified in the blood that you tested for this case?
I identified cotinine, which is a metabolite of nicotine, and caffeine.
Any other drugs detected?
I did not detect any other drugs in this sample.
And that report, Exhibit 74, is a fair and accurate copy of your report?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 74.
No objection.
74 is received.
And I have no further questions.
Ross?
How do you spell Eliza?
ELISA.
S-A. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
You may step down.
Your Honor, I do have a follow-up question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. I think you might have said it, I'm not sure. Whose blood did you test?
According to the report, it says here William C. Zelenski.
Okay. Nothing further.
Now you may step down. I take it she's released.
Yes.
Yes.
You're free to go. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may. Early lunch today. No hurry about that. Please be seated. We are in the record outside the presence of the jury. Counsel, you indicated your next witness is not available until 1 because of a child care issue?
Correct. It is a husband and a wife, and so they weren't able to be here together without child care.
Okay, so we will recess till 1 then. I take it there's nothing else to talk about now.
I don't believe so.
No.
All right, thank you, everyone. seated. Think we're ready for the jury?
Well, Your Honor,
Well, we'll go on the record outside the presence of the jury.
so the defense does have two witnesses that are out in the hallway ready to call. I don't anticipate them being long witnesses. At that point, it would be the defense's intent to call Bill Zelenski to the stand. I know we'll probably have to have the jury escorted out to get him up on the stand. I just wanted to put the court on notice of that right away so the court knows why we would need a recess at that point.
And we would need to voir dire him, etc., about his decision to testify, etc. So, as soon as you get your second witness done, we'll take a recess.
Okay.
We're ready then. Please be seated. Mr. Hogan, you can call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the defense would call Nathaniel Brickle.
Please raise your right hand and state your name for the record.
Nathaniel Brickle.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may have a seat.
And could you please spell your name for the record?
Nathanial. Last name is Bricco.
And do you prefer to be called Nate?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you mind if that's what I call you?
Absolutely.
Okay. You do mind, or you
No, you can call me that.
Okay. Nate, where do you live?
I live at 409 Van Street.
And that's here in the city of Waupaca?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 24. Can you see that?
Yes,
And is your house in this picture?
it is.
And am I pointing to your house?
Yes, you are.
It's this brown house right here next to that driveway.
Yep.
I'm showing you also what's been marked Exhibit 23. You can see your house in this photo as well.
Yes.
And it's actually better, you can see it better from right here.
Yes.
And that's your house that I'm pointing to right here, the brown one.
Yes.
Nate, were you home on the night of October 19th of 2020?
I believe so.
And what, if anything, got your attention?
Is that the night in question? I'm not sure what night that was.
Sure. Do you remember there being an incident that occurred outside?
Yes. I do recall something happening.
And if I said that that was October 19th, that would sound right?
That would sound right.
And what did you observe?
I didn't observe a whole lot. My wife observed more than I did. She had come downstairs. I was feeding our 2-year-old, in the high chair. She came downstairs to alert me that the neighbors were fighting. I didn't really pay too much heed because there's usually a lot of noise coming over from that direction anyways, but she said, no, they're really fighting. And then we went to the door and looked outside. You could see some shadowy figures around a vehicle, just a group of people,
And
just some yelling going on.
do you know how many people you saw?
I for sure saw 3.
And you said you heard some arguing?
Yes.
Did you hear anything that was being argued?
At one point I heard somebody say, I'm gonna shoot you. Something about fight me. That's about it.
Could you tell who was yelling what?
Absolutely not.
Did you see anything else when you were looking outside?
No.
Shortly after the incident, did police come to talk to you?
Yes.
And did they give you anything to fill out?
A statement.
And did you fill out a statement?
I did.
What number is it?
75. Hey, I'm handing you what's been marked Exhibit 75. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that is my handwriting.
And is that the statement that you filled out?
That is correct.
And when did you fill that out?
It would appear that it is dated for 12:48 a.m. on the 20th, so it would have been the night of the 19th of October.
And when you filled that out, was all that information fresh in your mind?
Correct.
And everything that you wrote down, that statement is how many pages?
I believe it's 1.5, 2 pages.
And that's your handwriting on both pages?
Correct.
And so you wrote out everything that's on those 2 pages?
Correct.
Did you include everything that you could remember about that incident?
Correct.
So if you want to take a moment to review that statement and then let me know when you're finished.
I'm completed with reading it.
And I know October of 2020 was a long time ago. Was it hard to remember some details as you sit here today?
Yes.
Did reviewing your statement refresh some of your memory?
Kinda, yeah.
After you read that, do you recall seeing anything else other than arguing?
No.
Did you write in your statement about seeing something other than arguing?
I don't believe so. I mean, I did hear the gunshot. That was one thing that I did hear. I didn't see anything else, though, I don't think.
And if I could direct your attention to the part of your statement where it starts, saw 3 people en road. If you wanna...
Yes. Is that on the first page?
Yes.
Yep, there it is.
And then what follows, can you read that to yourself?
Arguing, and there was some struggling.
So did you see struggling?
Yeah, that was, I guess that was part of like the argumentating thing going back and forth there.
So there, in addition to hearing arguing, you saw some type of struggle.
Absolutely, yeah.
After you had a chance to review your statement, does it refresh your recollection about potentially determining who was yelling certain things?
To be honest, no.
In your written statement, does it indicate who you believed was yelling?
Correct.
And who did you indicate in your statement was yelling?
I indicated the victim.
Because at some point, did you look back outside?
I did.
And what did you see when you looked back outside?
From my second story window, I saw somebody laying in the road, and I saw a female screaming, and then I saw somebody else in a hoodie on a phone.
And when you say the victim, are you referring to the person who was on the ground?
Yes.
And is that who you think you heard yelling from?
I could not be certain.
After you saw, initially when you said you went to your front door?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And is that when you looked and saw the argument and struggle?
Yeah, through a glass paned door window.
And what caused you to go from the front door then to go upstairs?
As I was walking away from the door to sit back down on the couch to continue feeding my son, I heard a pop, and my wife slammed the door and said that she heard a pellet gun. Somebody shot with a pellet gun. I said, that's not a pellet gun. And I grabbed my son and we ran upstairs.
And how soon, if you remember, from when you saw what you saw at the front to hearing the pop, how long would you estimate that was?
Not very long. I would say less than a minute.
So when you looked outside and you saw the arguing and the struggle, in under a minute you saw, or you heard a shot?
Yeah.
And that Exhibit 75 is a fair and accurate copy of what you filled out that night?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of Exhibit 75.
Received.
And I have no further questions at this time.
Ross?
So, Nate, is it fair to say that as you sit here today and you have read your statement, that you no longer believe you can say for sure that, or you no longer are confident that it was the victim you heard yelling?
That is correct.
Did you know any of these individuals who were outside?
No.
Had you ever spoken with them in any capacity?
No.
Did you see the person that you learned to be the victim holding a gun?
I did not.
Is it fair to say that your observation of the situation was somewhat limited and, well, let's just go there, for somewhat limited?
Yes.
So you talked about looking through a glass pane.
Mm-hmm.
Could you describe that?
It's just a big glass window on a secondary door leading to the exterior of the home.
Does it give you a good view of?
Not with the lights on when it's dark, no.
So you had your lights on inside but not outside?
Inside and outside. Our front stoop light was on as well.
Okay. But that light didn't extend far enough for you to see
No.
really what was going on?
No, just our immediate front stoop. There's a rather large pine tree in our front yard that occludes most of any light from our light from getting into the neighborhood.
Okay. And you, on direct, you talked about seeing a struggle.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
It just looked like a group of people in a group, maybe pushing or I don't know. It just looked like they were in a group engaged with each other.
So it appeared there was some sort of altercation going on.
Yes, yeah, just what I would describe it as, just an altercation.
Okay. You said that you later looked outside from your second story window.
Yes.
And that was after the shooting.
Yes.
You saw an individual wearing a hoodie on a cell phone, right?
Yes.
Did you see him doing anything else later on?
Later on, I just saw that was when the police showed up. That was rather quickly. I just saw him on his phone, pacing, and then shortly after that, police car showed up, and then a couple other squad cars. And
okay, so you saw him when you say pacing, from
where this where it occurred up to my house and then back down, I believe.
Okay. Did you ever see him go over to the victim?
I do not recall, no.
You don't recall if you saw it, or you don't believe you did?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. So, what? Just to go circle back around to your written statement. You were contacted by law enforcement that night, right? Because you had
Yes.
also called 911.
Yes.
And do you still have that copy in front of you?
Yes.
What's the time there?
Timestamp for my statement is 12:40 a.m. on the 20th.
Okay. So it's late at night, early in the morning.
Mm.
About 2 hours or so after the shooting occurred. And you're just trying to do your best to tell the police what you saw, right?
Yeah.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Redirect.
Nate, you said the police showed up rather quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And you said you also called 911.
Yes.
Do you know who the person you saw on the phone was on the phone with?
They had made it sound during our conversation that they were receiving multiple calls regarding the situation. So they hung up with me and took the second call, I believe, or were already on the call with them. I don't know.
And you said you have a light outside.
Yes.
Do you remember if it was already on or if you turned it on?
It was turned on during the altercation.
Was that to hope to see better?
I believe so. My wife was the one who turned it on, yes. I think her intention was actually kind of break things up.
When you say break things up, the struggle that you saw were the people close to each other?
Yes.
Touching?
I would say so, yeah.
And again, after they were sort of grouped together, touching, under a minute later is when you heard the shot?
Yes.
And if the information in your statement is different than what you remember today, why do you think that would be the case?
Poor choice of words.
Back then?
Yeah.
Okay. Would some of that be because of your memory?
No, I just believe that at the moment I was using incorrect language to describe what I actually may have seen.
And possibly who you heard something from?
Yes, as there was no way that I could determine who said what.
So as you sit here today, you just remember the group of people being so close they were touching?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Salaji, anything further?
Just briefly, this group of people who you saw, could you see their mouths?
No.
So you although you heard things, you couldn't say who it was coming from.
No, I could not say who they were coming from.
Could you see what their hands were doing?
I do not recall what their hands were doing now.
Okay. Nothing further.
Anything further?
No.
You may step down. Is Mr. Bricko excused?
Yes.
Yes. You are released, sir. Thank you. You may call your next witness.
At this time, the defense is called Ryelee Manente.
Please raise your right hand and state your name for the record.
Mariah Bricko.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat.
Can you please spell your name for the record today?
It's Marihyhya.
And your last name?
Bricco.
Thank you. Mariah, where do you live?
409 Van Street, Waupaca, Wisconsin, 54981.
And are you married?
Yes.
And who's your husband?
Nathaniel Bricko.
Does he go by Nate?
Nate, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked Exhibit 23. Do you see your house in this photograph?
Yes.
And it's that brown house?
Yes.
You live with your husband?
Yes.
And it's the same house you see in Exhibit 24?
Yes.
Mariah, were you home on the night of October 19th of 2020?
Yes.
And how do you remember that you were home?
I was sleeping. I'm home every night.
Okay. Was there something that happened that wasn't like every other night?
I heard yelling, which was making me not able to sleep.
And do you remember what you heard was being yelled?
No.
What did you do after you heard yelling?
I got out of my bed and I looked out my front bedroom, or my bedroom window, which faces the street.
And what did you see?
I saw 3 figures in the road.
Were you able to determine if they were male, female?
No, just human.
At some point, were you able to determine whether they were male or female?
No.
Later after that incident, did you speak with the police?
Yes.
And did the police give you anything to fill out?
Yes.
And what did they give you to fill out?
A witness statement.
And did you fill out a witness statement?
Yes.
And was that you who wrote the information in that statement?
Yes.
Ryan, I'm going to hand you what's been marked Exhibit 76. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
My witness statement.
That's the one you filled out the night of that incident?
Yes.
And when you filled that out, did you fill it out to the best of your ability?
Yes.
And how long is that statement?
1.5 pages.
And did you sign both pages?
Yes.
And somebody else signed that statement as well?
Yes.
Who did that?
Nate Bricko.
And the incident was October of 2020. That was probably hard to remember that long ago.
Yes.
And when you wrote out this statement, did you write it out when all that information was still fresh in your mind?
Yes.
Do you think it would help refresh your recollection about that night if you were able to take some time and review that statement?
Your Honor, I object at this point. There's been no testimony that she couldn't remember.
The question was if it would help her. I'm going to allow her.
Okay.
Did that help refresh some of your recollection?
Yes.
Because that was a long time ago that happened.
Yes.
Now, since your memory's refreshed, do you recall being able to determine if they were male or female that you saw?
Again, I'd object, Your Honor. She clearly stated there was no ambiguity.
Overrule. If she can answer, she can. She'll tell you yes.
I do not recall.
Do you remember anything that you may have heard?
Currently, 3 years later, no, but in my witness statement.
And because the witness statement was written when all that information was fresh in your mind?
Yes.
And do you think after reviewing it, it would refresh your recollection?
No, that was a while ago.
But the information in your statement was when all that information was still fresh?
Yes.
And you wrote that down the best you could remember?
Yes.
And you signed that statement?
Yes.
Because you had a chance to read the statement after you wrote it out?
Yes.
And that was everything that you remembered?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for the admission of Exhibit 76.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
And so, Mariah, if I'm reading here in your statement, the third line from the bottom on the first page says you heard one of the men yell clearly, "I am going to shoot you if you don't stop." That's what you had written back then?
Yes.
When all that information was still fresh in your mind?
Yes.
And you wrote that you heard that clearly?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Cross.
Were you able to, did you look out after the shooting ever?
Yes, when we went up to our bedroom.
And at that point, what did you observe?
I observed someone laying in the road.
Did you see any other people on the road?
At this time, I don't recall. But in my witness statement.
Okay. So you don't recall? That's okay.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Redirect.
I have nothing.
May step down. Is she released?
Yes.
Yes.
You are released, ma'am. At this time, we need to take a recess, I believe. Please be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. It's my understanding, Mr. Hogan, your client wishes to testify?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Zelenski, have you discussed the fact with your attorney whether you should testify or not testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you have an absolute right not to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand your not testifying cannot be held against you in these proceedings?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it fair to say that you and your attorney have spent a substantial amount of time deciding whether you should testify or not?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's your desire at this time to testify?
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone else want to do additional voir dire, Mr. Zelenski?
No.
All right. We need to get him into the witness stand. Do we want to take a bit of a break, or?
I don't think we'll need really much of a break.
Right.
I can inform the court that I anticipate Bill's testimony to take quite some time, and we may need to take a break at some point during his testimony.
Sure.
And maybe approach, Your Honor.
You may approach. I will admonish one. Okay. Please be seated. Before we resume, I do want to just remind everyone in the audience that this is a courtroom. I expect appropriate decorum. Mr. Hogan, you may proceed.
The witness has not been sworn.
I was going to officially call him.
Yeah.
Oh.
At this time, the defense would call Bill Zelenski.
Please raise your right hand and state your name for the record.
William C. Zelenski.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Bill, can you please spell your last name for the record?
Zelenski.
And it's okay if I call you Bill?
Yes.
Bill, on October 19th of 2020, what was your intent?
My intent was to find and return my animal safely home.
Were you looking to find Ryelee?
No.
Were you looking to hurt Ryelee?
Absolutely not.
Did you intend to shoot Ryelee that night?
No.
Did you intend to kill Ryelee that night?
Absolutely not.
Did you want Ryelee to die?
No.
those? Are you okay to continue?
Yes.
Phil, before we get to that night, I want to back up quite a ways in your life. You have an interest in animals.
Yes.
When did you first become interested in animals?
As early as I can remember, I always was very interested and enjoyed spending time with animals and nature.
Why?
My father took us on, nature walks and introduced us to the native animals, fish, birds, reptiles, amphibians, mammals, everything. And I just really enjoyed it.
Now, a lot's been said throughout this trial about snakes and lizards being gross. How do you feel about them?
I'm the exact opposite. I've actually spent my life doing education programs and spending time with these animals, and I love them. I think they're fascinating.
Did you do anything with animals back in high school?
I did quite a bit.
What did you do?
I went to Wisconsin Herpetology Society meetings to learn all about them, and then I started collecting them, reproducing them, trading, buying, selling.
And did you do anything with a pet store in the area?
I did. I sold snakes that I had produced. I had baby snakes, and I'd sell them on consignment through the pet store.
And what do you mean by consignment?
I would take the offspring that I had produced, and they would put them on display and sell them. And so then when the animals sold, they would keep a percentage of the proceeds for themselves, and then they would give me the rest.
And you said you did that with the pet store?
Yeah, I have a Heart Pet Center in Racine.
Did you do anything else with the pet store?
Yeah, as soon as I was legally old enough to work there, they asked if I would be interested in employment, because they could see how much I cared for the animals, and I did. I wanted to work there, so I started working at Have a Heart Pet Center.
And what was your job at the pet store?
I became the reptile department manager, and I was in charge of maintaining and caring for and displaying and selling all the reptiles and amphibians. But I also helped out with all the other animals in the pet store as well.
It sounds like your focus was on the reptiles and amphibians.
Yes.
At some point, were you ever contacted by a zoo?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
The Waupaca County Zoo was a large zoo close in the area, and somehow they had found out that I was interested and had an ability to find exotic reptiles and amphibians, and they were looking for some European legless lizards. And I said, I can find some of those for you. And so I did, and they ended up purchasing them from me.
And did that expand to any other areas?
It did. I started working with other zoos and pet stores, other pet stores. And the more I did it, the more contacts I made, and the more the word spread through the exotic animal industry that I was someone that did a good job. And so other zoos and stores and collectors would contact me.
And it sounds like this was, mainly snakes and lizards and some rare. Did you ever expand into more rare or exotic animals?
I did. As I got more experienced and more familiar, the more exotic and rare animals take more specific care requirements. They're not for beginners. And so I started getting into the harder to find, more exotic, and some of the more specialized, hard to keep animals.
Were any of those animals early on dangerous?
Not at first, but as I got more experienced, then yes, I moved into venomous snakes and lizards.
We heard some testimony in this trial about somebody calling the animals poisonous versus venomous. What's the difference?
That's a great question. Poisonous means if you ingest that, you are going to get sick or die. All amphibians, like frogs, are poisonous, like poison dart frogs. Snakes are not poisonous, they're venomous. And venom is something that needs to be injected, such as a fang of a snake. And that's the main difference.
So it's poisonous if I eat it, it's venomous if it tries to eat me and I die.
Yes, or it bites you in defensive.
Okay.
Yeah, correct.
And it sounds like you've been around animals for a really long time.
Yes.
And would you say you loved animals?
Oh, absolutely. 100%, yes.
What did you love so much about them?
I just had such a deep respect for them, and they are very unique. Every animal has something about it that, is special. Some people say I hate spiders, but I look at the way they are, and it's not like any other animal. Or a snake is unique, and there's beautiful colors, there's beautiful patterns, there's different ways that they move, the way they interact with their environment. It's just, I can enjoy and appreciate all of God's creation.
Did these animals ever give you affection?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And how does a snake give you affection?
Well, I guess that's open for interpretation. But a lot of the snakes and lizards, I handled them and they'd curl up around my neck. And I could put a snake around my neck and it would just cuddle down in or put it on my lap. And it would sit there. And it might be just because it enjoyed the heat from my body. And they're cold-blooded and like the heat. But I tend to think that some of the ones I had for a long time could appreciate I was the one that took care of them.
And did you give them affection back?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I remember specifically I had some tortoises and I'd scratch them on the top of their head because there's no way for them to reach. And they'd come over and I'd scratch them on the top of their head and they'd stick their neck out as far as they could to get a good scratch.
So kind of like what dogs sometimes do when you scratch them behind the ears?
Yeah. And I've got a little dog as well who does the same thing.
I want to kind of focus more now on some of the venomous reptiles. What kind of care do those types of animals need?
Well, the first thing is they need a climate-controlled environment so the temperature and the humidity is appropriate because they're cold-blooded. And then they need to feel secure, so they need a hide box or something they can go into to have their own little home inside the enclosure. And
I can't imagine you went from ordinary snakes and stuff to the venomous type. What did you do to be able to be comfortable around them?
Well, what I did is I talked to many other reptile keepers who had more experience and had kept venomous. And they told me exactly what special equipment I would need and how to set up an enclosure so it's secure. And the hide boxes would have little slide doors to be able to shut them. And then what I did is what was recommended, keep a very aggressive, not friendly, bitey species of snake that's not venomous, but it wants to bite you. And then use the specialized equipment on that snake and treat it as if it is venomous. And you're going to make a mistake or two and you're going to get bit. And then after you've done that for a long enough period of time that you don't get bit and you feel more comfortable handling those venomous snakes, then you could start out with a venomous snake.
So you start with, it sounds sort of like a trainer snake.
Yeah, exactly.
I heard you mention some special, you said they need special equipment to
Yeah,
handle?
yeah, definitely.
What kind of equipment?
There's snake hooks, snake tongs, forceps, leather, like welding gloves, and then enclosures that have special hides, and some of them have locks on them.
And I know it probably sounds obvious, but why do you need those special hooks and gloves?
Because you need to respect the strike zone of that snake. You're never going to free handle it and get yourself into a position where it could bite you. So the snake hooks, you can handle it and move it and put it from one enclosure to the other without actually touching it. And so you're a safe distance away, so you have to know how to maneuver those hooks, because some of them are fairly squiggly and they don't want to stay on a hook. So you got to know how to do it.
And you mentioned special enclosures.
Yes.
Tell me more about that.
With a venomous snake, you have to take extra precautions to make sure that that enclosure is 100% sealed tight, unescapable. Because if a non-venomous one gets out, it's not good, but it's not as hazardous. If a venomous one gets out, that's a big, big problem.
And I think you mentioned earlier some special climate.
Yeah, definitely. Some of the more rare reptiles, but all reptiles need a specific temperature and humidity. And some of them are very specific. So I would have a climate-controlled rooms where the temperature in the room was, say, 80 degrees, which isn't comfortable for me, but that's what the animals need. And then some would have special heat lamps on the cage itself, because that particular one needed an even higher temperature. And some needed more humidity, so they'd have a special substrate that holds the moisture. And then the desert ones would have one that did the opposite.
And what would these reptiles eat?
It depends on the reptiles, but most of the snakes and lizards would eat rodents, frozen thawed rodents.
Are those things you can just go buy at the store?
I think that some of the pet stores like Petco might sell them, but I bought them direct from rodent breeders. Like there's multiple large companies that just sell rodents to people like me who raise reptiles.
And why would you buy them from a special company?
Because you need to know the food items are good, clean, safe food items. You can't just catch a mouse in the backyard and feed it to your snake, because that mouse probably has parasites and diseases, and it could have poison in it system. So you buy high quality rodents from a company that you know has good, healthy rats and mice, so the snake's healthy.
Without these special conditions or special tools, are there risks involved in having these types of animals?
Oh my goodness, yes. A lot of risks to the animals and to the people.
You mentioned risk to the animals. What kinds of risks would it be to the animals?
Well, if they don't have the proper temperatures, they'll get sick, a respiratory infection. If they don't have the proper humidity, they won't shed properly. The skin will get stuck on when they shed their eyes and cause problems. If they don't have a proper meal, they definitely get sick. There's lots of problems where they could get sick and die.
And you mentioned risks to others.
Yeah, definitely.
What kind of risks?
Well, with the venomous reptiles, if you don't know how to properly handle them, or if you don't have the proper equipment, it's a very, very high likelihood that you're going to get bit. And depending on which venomous animal it is, a bite could mean just a trip to the hospital, or it could mean death.
Were some of the venomous reptiles more venomous than others?
Absolutely. There's some that have a neurotoxic venom, some have a hemotoxic venom, some have small amounts of venom, some have large amounts of venom. So yeah, there's different levels of danger with what type of venom it is.
You use some words that I don't recall.
Neurotoxic venom attacks your central nervous system, and hemotoxic attacks and destroys flesh. and some have both.
And are some venom more deadly than other venom?
Yes, and a big factor is how much venom is delivered. Some snakes have very large venom glands, like a gaboon viper, for example, has a big, huge triangle-shaped head, and that is because of those huge venom glands and their big fangs. And some, like say a copperhead, it doesn't, and it's a very small amount and not very potent venom.
You mentioned some of these risks would be to the handlers. Are there risks to other people?
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. If you're putting a venomous snake in the hands of someone who doesn't know how to handle it, there's a real good chance that it's going to escape. First, the person trying to handle it will probably get bit. Then when they get bit, they're going to freak out and drop that snake. And then when that snake gets dropped, it's going to slither to wherever it goes next, and anyone in the area is at risk. Even if the handler doesn't get bit, they could not secure the cage properly, and it could get out, and then it's free to, be in the area that it could bite anybody.
And it sounds like a lot of these animals you mentioned aren't native to Waupaca.
Yeah, none of them are native to Waupaca.
And so it sounds like they might just go anywhere if they got out.
Yeah, definitely. They would, be lost in a world they're not familiar with, and they would probably try to find somewhere to hide, but yeah, they could go anywhere.
And when you were telling me about this, I was surprised, but do you need a permit in Wisconsin to do all these animals and raising these animals?
For the exotic reptiles statewide, no, you don't. A lot of municipalities have ordinances that regulate them, but in the state, there's not a license for keeping anything except the native species. Anything native to the state, the DNR regulates, but the exotics, they don't.
And so no permit, any special licensing or anything else special you might need?
Well, for a lot of the animals I did, I had special permits. Like I have a USDA license for the mammals, and I have Wisconsin DNR captive wildlife permits for some of the native species. And I've got a special conditional use permit from zoning. So I had special permits and licenses for a lot of the animals I had, but not specifically the reptiles.
So, like an alligator, you don't need a special permit to have an alligator?
No, you don't.
So, any of us in the courtroom right now could go get an alligator?
Yes, you could. I mean, unless your jurisdiction within your, small jurisdiction had an ordinance against it, you sure could.
Do you think that would be a good idea?
Unless you're set up for it and know how to take care of a large, dangerous animal in the future, I would not recommend it. No, not a good idea.
So you talked a lot about the risks associated with these animals. Because of those risks, did you keep these animals anywhere special?
I did. I had a steel building with special rooms that were built specifically with these animals in mind. So there was a room that I had constructed specifically with the intention of having these reptiles, and I had some enclosures built into the room.
And where was this shed?
I was at the end of my driveway. We have a very long driveway off the road, and then past my house it dead ends, and there's a shed at the end of the driveway.
Your house on East Road?
That's correct, yes.
You also, we heard a lot of testimony about having a property over on Main Street in the city?
Yes, 111 North Main Street.
And what was the purpose of that property?
We purchased it as an investment property because I was hoping to open an exotic pet store where I would sell the, harder to find, I guess people call them weird, animals that you don't normally see in a run-of-the-mill pet store. And I was also planning to sell artwork of exotic animals.
Did you keep any animals there?
I did. I started moving some of the animals over for display.
What kind of animals did you keep there?
I had some turtles and a couple snakes. Maybe a frog or two.
Did you bring any of the venomous animals?
Oh, absolutely not, no.
Why not?
They're just not suited for in the city. In the city limits, it wouldn't be appropriate.
Why would it be more appropriate to keep them on East Road?
Out on East Road, you have to go through multiple doors to get into the building, into the room where they're kept, and it's away from the general public. You can't even see it from the road, and it's purposely private and away from people.
Have you ever had any animals escape?
Yes, I have.
What kinds of animals have escaped?
We've had wallabies that have gotten loose, emus that have jumped over a fence and were running loose. We had a cow break through a fence one time.
You said wallabies, I think emus, cows, not venomous.
No, never venomous.
No venomous animals ever escaped?
No. I've been working with like a cobra out in the parking lot, and it scurries off for 5-10 feet, and then I go get the hook and scoop it right back up, but never out of my sight, missing.
And is that one of the reasons you kept them there, in case they did escape?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, we've got a chunk of land that we own to make sure that if they were to escape, they wouldn't be right in the midst of a bunch of people.
At some point in your life, Bill, were you interested in law enforcement?
Yes, I was.
How?
I wanted to be possibly a game warden or a park ranger and work in the natural resources field as a law enforcement officer.
And why did you want to do that?
Because I cared so much about the animals and the natural resources and nature, and I wanted to make sure I could protect it and keep it safe.
Keep the nature and animals safe.
Well, and people who were out enjoying nature safe also. You have to protect the resource from the people, and the people, there's some danger in nature too.
And in pursuit of that, did you go on to more education?
I did. I went to school at University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point for my bachelor's degree in urban forestry, forest recreation, with minors in biology and environmental law enforcement.
And what did that all entail?
I went to courses for 5 years, and I learned all about forestry, trees. There's a lot of science behind it. I learned about biology, general courses, and then specifically for the environmental law enforcement, part of that was going to Fox Valley Technical College in Appleton for the 400-hour recruit academy.
The 400-hour recruiting academy, I know we heard some testimony in this trial about that's required to be like a sworn law enforcement officer.
Yeah, that's correct.
And you attended that?
I did. I had not been hired yet by an agency, but I knew that was my goal, so I attended it and put myself through the academy that all law enforcement officers had to complete at the time to work as a sworn officer.
And we heard some testimony that over the years they've increased how long that course is. And when you attended it was 400 hours?
It was 400 hours. When I attended, I believe I graduated a class of 1999.
Okay. And how long or approximately does it take to complete that 400 hours? A couple of months?
Yeah, it was a summer course. I went the entire summer.
And did you ultimately graduate from UW-Stevens Point?
I did, yes.
And did you complete this Fox Valley Technical College program before or after?
I graduated from the Fox Valley Tech program in '99, and then I graduated from University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point in 2000.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit more about what you learned in the Fox Valley Technical College training program.
Sure.
What did that all entail? What sort of training did you receive?
There was quite a few different courses, chapters or fields. We'd start out with some bookwork, the legal law, statutes, criminal code, and we'd do hands-on training like DAT or defensive and arrest tactics, where we would learn how to defend ourselves and arrest people and deal with physical altercations. We had
what other topics would you learn about?
There was firearms, there was evac, which is driving, criminal investigation, evidence collection, ethics, quite a few different courses.
Did you receive training? Was one of the courses in responding to emergencies?
Yes, yes it was.
I want to talk a little bit, you said DAT.
Mm-hmm.
What is DAT?
DAT, it stands for Defensive and Arrest Tactics.
Okay. And what did you learn in defense and arrest tactics?
It was quite a long time ago, but from what I remember, we would, how to deal with a suspect that may or may not be armed, and if it was someone that could potentially have a knife, they would give us a red rubber knife, and the suspect would have it hidden and presented at some point. And we'd have courses on how to defend ourselves if we had to go hands-on. And we'd have courses on how to arrest someone, put handcuffs on the person, things like that.
In that sort of chapter, was there anything about trying to subdue potential suspects?
Yes. Basically, if there's going to be a physical altercation, you want to make sure that you go home at the end of the day. So you'd have to subdue the suspect. And so they taught us physically how to do that, yes.
And you mentioned they would give you a red rubber knife and hide it on someone. Did you do that in like pairs with other people?
Yes, that's correct. We would have a partner that we would practice some of the moves and things with, and we'd have scenarios that we'd go through.
You mentioned another area was evac.
Yes.
And what's evac stand for?
That's the driving. We in the squad car, we'd actually go out onto the course outside and have the vehicles that we would use.
And did it teach you about all the stuff inside a squad car?
Yes, yes, it did.
It looks like there's a lot of stuff inside squad cars.
That's correct.
What sorts of things did they teach you about how to use?
We were taught about the lights, the sirens, the radios. Now there's more and more stuff, computers.
Did you learn anything about is there a radio system you mentioned?
Yes, correct. That's a very important part. There's a radio system where you can call on the radio to other officers and to dispatch.
So not an AM/FM radio, but actually radioing to dispatch.
Correct.
And what's so important about that?
You have to communicate all the time with dispatch so they know where you are and what's happening. And they'll do status checks on you to make sure they are updated frequently.
And so you learned some of this, just people telling you about it. Did you actually get to practice some things in the driving?
Absolutely. We did mostly that, where we would have, mock high-speed chases, where we would be in the pursuit vehicle, and then an instructor would be in the suspect vehicle. And we'd also have an instructor with us in the pursuit vehicle, and we would have to demonstrate our ability to act as a police officer and chase the suspect the entire time, calling out on the radio to dispatch. Every turn we made, and every time we changed directions or whatnot, we would have to radio that into dispatch. That was part of the training.
Did they tell you why that was so important?
Yeah, definitely. They did, because if dispatch doesn't know where you are and you call for help, they don't even know where to send the help to. Say you crash, or say the suspect gets out of the vehicle and comes to you. They don't know where you are unless you're constantly giving them an update on your location. So that's why it's so important. And then if there's other officers in the area responding, they need to know where to go.
And when they had you do this, did they have, you mentioned a fake suspect that you're chasing after, other potential traffic that you had to maneuver around?
Yes, there was a lot of training on maneuvering the vehicle properly too. They would also set up cones in different positions, and at the last minute, they tell you if you had to go right or left to evade a obstacle in the road. And so you'd have to do very quick maneuvers, split-second decisions, and then to control the vehicle. There's also a skid pad where it's purposely slick and easy to lose control, and you have to maintain control on the slick or regain control on the slick surface.
And you mentioned another area at this 400 law enforcement recruitment training was firearms.
Yes, that's correct.
What did you learn under that chapter or topic?
Everything from the different parts of the gun, how to clean the gun, disassemble the gun, how to hold the gun properly, how to fire the gun, how to holster the gun, take it out of the holster, how to aim, fire the gun, reload the gun.
And did that include classroom and hands-on training as well?
That's correct, yes.
What sort of hands-on training did you learn?
Quite a bit. We'd actually have the guns that we would take apart, identify all the parts, clean them. We would practice gripping them, aiming them, drawing them. And then once we were more familiar with that, handling them, we would start to actually aim and shoot them. And then as we got better at that, shooting them, we would learn how to very quickly take the magazine out and put another magazine in. If the gun got jammed, which if you shoot enough rounds, eventually it's going to, we'd have to learn how to clear that jam and then continue firing.
You mentioned you learned how to and maybe when to draw a firearm?
That's correct, yes.
And what special things did you learn in how or when to draw a firearm?
How to draw the firearm, you want to make sure that you have a good solid grip, and you want to make sure that you're coming straight up out of the holster, not at an angle so it doesn't get stuck. And when to draw the firearm is when you perceive a threat or there's a threat that is potentially hazardous enough that you're going to need it.
We heard some testimony from an officer previously about something called a low ready position. Have you heard of that?
Yes.
And can you describe what you remember learning about low ready position?
It's when you draw your service weapon out of the holster and have it in your hand, but not aimed at anything like a suspect, so you keep it down, but ready.
And when would you need to do that?
When you have a possible threat in the area, but not a target that you're planning on needing to use the firearm, but in the foreseeable future, you're going to need it more ready than still in the holster.
So is Did they teach you about having your firearm ready before you might need it?
Exactly, yes.
And why is that so important?
Because if you need it and it's still in the holster and you're fumbling around trying to get it out, by the time you do, it's going to be too late. And one thing I really remember is they taught us about what you would normally think a safe distance for someone to be would be. Say someone was 5 feet away. Is that a safe distance? Or 10 feet away, 15 feet away? What if they had a knife? What if they had a gun? I learned, and I was really surprised by this, that the suspect can close that gap so much faster than you would normally think, that you have to be ready way before a normal person would think. And so you want to have that ready before the threat is even close or even present. Just the thought that there might be a threat. I know, for one instance, if you're going up a narrow stairwell to a call where there might be a violent suspect, you're going to want to have your firearm out while you're going up that narrow stairwell, even before you see the suspect, because they could just pop out at any moment.
You mentioned learning how to properly grip a firearm.
Yes.
And why is a grip so important?
For a number of reasons. Number one, you want to have a good, solid, strong grip, so you're in control of that firearm. You want it high on the tang, and that means high up on the grip.
I was going to say high on the tang. I don't think anyone might know what that means.
You want it snug up against what's called a tang, so it's a solid grip, because if it's a very loose, floppy grip, number one, the firearm's not being controlled. It could be taken away, and number two, it has more a likelihood to misfire and get jammed, and you can't aim it as well.
And what sort of firearms were you training in specifically?
Mostly we used a 9mm semi-automatic pistol.
Is that a fairly common firearm?
Yes.
9mm, pretty common?
At the time, that was the standard. Now they've moved up to a larger caliber for service weapons, but 9mm is a very common round.
Another chapter that you mentioned was about investigating crimes.
Yes.
And tell me about that. What did that entail?
We learned through scenarios, again, how to follow leads, collect evidence, interview possible suspects, how to ask questions and what questions to ask. Also how to look at physical evidence, such as a broken window to see if it was broken in or out, collect fingerprints, take photographs.
You mentioned speaking with potential suspects. What about speaking with potential witnesses?
Yes, definitely.
And why is that so important?
That's very important, because if you can find witnesses, especially right immediately after some incident took place, they can provide lots of information. And if you can get to those witnesses soon and while the memories are fresh, they can be documented. And the more witnesses you can find, the better.
So the more people you're able to speak to, better chances of somebody giving you useful information.
Exactly.
Just let me interrupt for a second. Council approach. Back on record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill, you mentioned one of the chapters, or maybe you didn't, was there a specific section about how to respond to emergencies?
Yes.
And what did you learn in that chapter, or that section?
I was getting a lot of information, but I know one of the main takeaways is when responding to emergencies, you want to remain professional, and you want to remain calm, and you want to pay attention to the details and control the situation.
And did they teach you why that's so important?
Yes. The way that you perform your duties is going to reflect on everybody in the area. And if you remain calm and are professional, it tends to keep other people calm. And if you pay attention to the details, you can relay that information to people that might need it.
People that might need it, such as who?
Other responding officers, to dispatch, to emergency personnel, fire department, other investigators, the DA.
And so you learned it's important to be able to pay attention to detail. Why is that so important?
It's so important because if you don't, you won't be able to put the pieces together of what took place. And if you pay attention to details, then you'll have more knowledge about that situation.
And would you be able to share that with other people who needed that information?
Exactly.
You said you completed that training, the 400-hour training program in, I think you said the summer of 1999?
That's correct.
And that was before you graduated UW-Stevens Point?
Yes, that's correct.
What happened after you graduated UW-Stevens Point?
After I graduated, I went out and searched for employment. And
in law enforcement?
I did. I actually was very happy to find a job with Hartman Creek State Park outside of Waupaca here as a LT park ranger.
An LT?
LTE, limited term employment. Because it's a state park, it's only needed for rangers during the months like spring and summer and fall.
And when you were hired there, is that when you knew it was just going to be for a limited term?
Yes, correct.
After that ended, what did you do?
I applied to the City of Waupaca Police Department and was hired.
And when was that?
I believe probably 2001, 2002, early 2000s.
And how long did you work with the Waupaca Police Department?
I'd say about 3.5 to 4 years.
When you were hired by the police department, did they have any additional training?
Yes, there was. There was kind of like on-the-job training. It's called the FTO, or Field Training Officer Program.
And we heard another officer testify a little bit about field training officer. Can you tell us more about what that meant?
Yeah, you're paired up with a more experienced, seasoned officer in the department, and you work together. And you ride along in the same squad car and respond to all the calls together. And at first, the FTO does most of the contact to show you how to do it. And then as you progress through the program, they more sit back and let you take over doing it, and then you can ask them questions and they can give you pointers and information.
And how long did the FTO, or Field Training Officer, last?
I think it was a couple months, 2-3 months.
And after that ended, it was on your own?
Sort of, yes. You're on your own, except you always have the support of the other officers. So I was lucky enough to have another sergeant that I got along with well and could ask him questions if I needed to about things.
Even after the field training officer was done?
Yes, that's correct.
In addition to the field training officer, was there anything else that you needed to learn when you became a police officer with the city of Waupaca?
There was a lot of things I needed to learn. We needed to know the jurisdiction, so where the city limits started and stopped, all the street names, the 10 codes that they used here on the radio, the different channels. Needed to know the speed limits on which roads were which.
You mentioned the street names, so you had to learn all the street names in Waupaca?
Every single one, yes.
I imagine that took quite some time.
It did. I wasn't born and raised here, so it did. It took quite a while for me to memorize all the roads, but it was important so you could always, call out your location.
While you were a Waupaca police officer, did you respond to emergency calls?
Yes, I did.
And what types of emergency calls did you respond to?
There were medical emergencies. If someone, was having a possible heart attack, or a diabetic who had gone unconscious, any kind of medical situation. We also went to a lot of traffic accidents with multiple vehicles, injuries. We'd go to domestic disputes, all kinds of emergency calls.
And approximately how many emergency calls would you say on average per week?
Emergency call, I would say at least one a week.
Once a week for the 3.5, 4 years?
Yeah.
So if my math is correct, roughly 150 to 200?
That sounds about right, yeah.
Did you ever have to respond to situations involving armed or hostile suspects?
Yes.
How many of those would you say?
Not as many armed, but hostile, possibly hostile. Domestic, I would say maybe one every month or two.
And what sort of situations would you engage with a hostile suspect?
I remember some calls like domestic disturbances where there's a altercation between two people. Also like a hotel or a bar could call and say we have a unruly, fight or drunk or whatnot.
In any of those calls, did you have to utilize your firearm?
Yes.
How so?
I utilize my firearm more than once, just in situations where you're walking into a potentially dangerous situation. Again, I remember going up a stairwell to a situation that we had a report of possibly armed suspect, and other situations where you're entering a situation that there are violent or armed suspects.
Did you ever have to discharge your firearm?
Thankfully, no, I did not.
You mentioned, I think you started in 2001 or 2002 at Waupaca Police Department?
That sounds right.
And you were there approximately 3.5 to 4 years?
That's correct.
What did you do after you left the force?
I started working outdoors with Anderson Tree Service, and I got more heavily into the exotic animals, and then I also started working at Marina and Shawano, selling boats, motors, ATVs, snowmobiles, outdoor recreation items.
You mentioned you got more involved in exotic animals. Were you continuing that while you were in college and on the Waupaca Police Department?
Yes, I have always had an extensive collection of exotic animals, mostly reptiles and amphibians, and I continued to buy, sell, and trade them, and I had a couple of pet stores that I'd supply.
And you mentioned some other businesses that you worked at.
Yes.
Anderson Tree Service?
Yes. My neighbor actually owned it at the time I first started working with him, and I eventually purchased the company and became the owner of Anderson Tree Service.
And then at some point is when you bought the property on Main Street?
Yeah, years later.
Okay. And that was going to be another business for you to run?
It was going to be the exotic animal business, but then move from more of a wholesale and working directly just with the zoos to more of a retail.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about April.
Okay.
When did you meet April?
I met her my second year of college. I think it'd be about 1996 or 7.
And how did you meet her?
She was a friend of a friend, and a friend of mine's girlfriend was her college roommate. And so I met her through them.
And was April, she was also a student at UW Stevens Point?
That's correct.
When you attended the 400-hour training program at Fox Valley Tech, did you still live in Stevens Point?
No, since it was a months-long program, I found a place in Appleton. A friend of mine and I were both taking the academy, so we found a place to rent.
And then after that, you moved back to Stevens Point to finish up school?
Yes, that's correct.
And where was April during all that time?
During the time we were at school, we lived in houses around Stevens Point. April and I and some other roommates lived together, and we went from one house to the next for different semesters.
And do you remember when you got married?
I think it was in 2007.
Okay. Had you started dating when you first met April?
Yeah, a short time after I met her. We were dating for about 10 years before we ended up getting married.
And when exactly do you remember getting the house on East Road?
It was not much within the year after I got hired by the Waupaca Police Department. I know they had a residency requirement that I needed to fulfill. And so shortly after getting hired, we started looking at houses in the Waupaca area.
And the house on East Road met those residency requirements?
Yeah, we had a 7-mile radius that we needed to be within, and that was just within the 7-mile radius, so it worked.
And I know you mentioned that at East Road is where you had the shed to keep the animals. Was that a sort of a draw to getting that house as well?
The location was a very big draw because of the privacy. It was far off the road, and had the potential to have enclosures and outbuildings, and it was a great place to accommodate animals. It was zoned agricultural.
When did you first meet Tiffany?
I met her probably 2002, 2003, while I was working as a police officer.
And how much contact would you have with her then?
Just sporadic. I responded to some calls that she was, involved with.
Fair to say your relationship then was strictly professional?
Oh yes, 100%.
And we heard her testify about reconnecting on some trip to Florida. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I was going to Daytona, Florida for a reptile breeders expo. It's a national event that takes place every year. And I had a couple of friends that were planning on going who at the last minute couldn't. And so I was looking for someone to take the trip with me so I wouldn't be driving all the way to Florida by myself. And a mutual friend of ours suggested that she would be free and interested in going.
And it sounds like she was.
She was. So I didn't really even know it was her when I called to ask if she wanted to go on the trip. But then once I saw her in person, I recognized her, and it worked out well.
And it sounds like that relationship became intimate.
It did.
And at that time, do you remember the year when that trip occurred?
I think it was August of 2019.
And at that time, you were married.
Yes.
And did Tiffany know that you were married?
Yes, absolutely.
And what about April? Did she know that you were taking Tiffany on this trip?
Yes, 100%.
And what was everybody's thoughts about it?
Everyone was good with it, happy with it.
So April was aware of the intimate relationship between you and Tiffany?
Yes, she participated in it. She was happy with it.
And after spending that time with Tiffany and becoming intimate, did you ultimately meet her family?
I did.
And tell me about her family.
On the trip, we stopped at her mother's in Alabama, and I met her mother, and we spent some time together. It went well. I thought she was, very welcoming and nice. Made me some tea, and we sat around a campfire.
Maybe the southern hospitality we hear about?
Absolutely. And then when we got back from the trip, I remember meeting her son, Ryelee, and his son, Jackson. And then at the time, after that, I eventually met Rowan. And then after that, met her son, Reagan.
Tell me about when you first met Ryelee.
On the way back from the Reptile Breeders Expo, there was a Nike outlet store. I don't remember what state it was in, but we stopped because her sons really, really liked Nike. And so we were in the store, and I remember she was texting pictures of some sneakers to Ryelee, asking which ones Rowan would like and getting his advice. And then after that, we picked out sneakers for Ryelee, and then I helped her pick out sneakers for Jackson.
And is that when you first met Ryelee, when you gave them the sneakers?
Yeah, when we got back, we went to his apartment on Granite Street, and we're there to give him the sneakers for him and his son, and that's when I met him.
And that was the first time you had met Ryelee?
I might have seen him in the stroller when he was a little baby, but I didn't really meet him.
And did you ever spend a lot of time with Ryelee?
Yeah, I did after that.
And what would you guys do together?
All kinds of stuff. We would go play basketball. He actually helped me with some tree jobs where he would do tree work with me. I'd give him rides to wherever he needed to go. We'd hang out. He liked playing the video games, so we would do that every once in a while.
Typical teenager stuff?
Yeah.
Did you and April ever have any kids?
No, just the animals.
Were the animals like your kids?
Yeah, exactly. I had a troop of ringtail lemurs for over 20 years, and they're a small primate from Madagascar, like a monkey, and they're very affectionate, and they'd sit on my shoulder, and they'd sit on my lap, and I'd pet them and feed them treats, and yeah, they were like my kids.
Did you consider Ryelee like a kid?
At first, not so much, but then as I got to know him and I spent more time with him, yeah, he definitely, became like family to me.
Did Ryelee ever help you out with the animals?
Not a lot. He came over once, I remember, and he was going to feed some minnows to some fish and some turtles for me.
Do you ever deal with the venomous reptiles?
Oh, absolutely not, no.
Would you let him?
No. no, it would take a lot of time to, you know, train him and get him experienced to the point where it would be safe, and he wasn't out there with the animals enough to do that.
Tell me about Rylee's physical characteristics.
He was thinner than me, but very strong, a low body fat, high muscle content. I don't know if people say wiry, but he was very quick. He was extremely fast. I know one time he was running after a dog, a loose dog, and he's so quick. And we'd play basketball together, and you know, he'd leave me in the dust, obviously, and he'd scamper up the trees, and his muscles. He was very strong. He'd hold the chainsaw and the limbs, and he was in good physical shape.
Now you have some physical limitations as you sit here today.
I do now, yes.
And you know, we don't have to get into the specifics, but it's a medical sort of condition that you have right now?
Yes, I've got a pretty serious and rare disease.
Back in 2019, 2020, were you in the same physical condition?
No, not at all.
And what was different about you physically in 2019, 2020?
2020, I probably weighed 195 pounds. I have a massive amount of retained fluid right now. I could probably have 50 to 60 pounds of fluid that I did not have. I had no problem standing, walking, running, jumping. And now I can't really do much of that at all.
Without those limitations, would you say Ryelee was still faster than you?
Oh, much faster, yes.
What about stronger than you?
Yeah, he was stronger than I was.
And you had mentioned something about a chainsaw. Is that from seeing him helping you in the tree service company?
Yeah, that's correct.
So you got to see how strong he was sort of up close.
Yeah, he could do things that I wish I could do still, and wish I could have done then. He could scamper up those trees and throw things around much quicker and much more efficiently than I was, because unfortunately I was getting old.
As you got to know Ryelee, it sounds like you spent a lot of time together, played video games. Was there a bad side of Ryelee that you saw?
Rejection.
I'll sustain.
Were you aware of any incidences of Ryelee engaging in violent behaviors?
Rejection.
Yes.
I was going to say, let's take a recess. Please be seated. We are on the record outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Hogan, where are you going with this line of questioning?
Your Honor, this is specifically related to the McMorris motion that I filed, and it will go ultimately to Bill's state of mind as to why he grabbed the shotgun from his vehicle as it relates to the need to defend himself.
Any comment, Ms. Isherwood?
When we had the pretrial motion, the discussion was that it may be appropriate if there's a self-defense claim in this, but not in order to establish the self-defense claim. I mean, there is nothing at all on the record from anyone that this is a self-defense case.
Your Honor, it can be admitted to show certain actions were done in self-defense. That's what the McMorris line of cases talks about, that because it goes to the defendant's state of mind, it's relevant to explaining that state of mind later on in Bill's testimony.
And it may be relevant later on, but I think you have to establish some level of, we've got a self-defense claim here before we necessarily back in that type of testimony.
So the court's ruling is, once Bill essentially testifies that he saw Ryelee as a threat, then we'll be able to get into this.
Then I will allow it, because you're showing why he felt it, and it would go to his state of mind, reasonableness, and but at this point in time, I think it's premature, and given the time, maybe this would be a good time for an afternoon break anyway.
Okay.
Please be seated.
Mayor, I have two items before we bring it.
On the record. Go ahead.
Thank you. One, I would like Mr. Zelenski's answer to the question struck about the violence of Ryelee. He answered yes.
I will direct that to be struck at this point in time.
And then just so that we're not always sending the jury out, I think we need to talk a little bit about self-defense. Given that self-defense is not available to one who provokes an attack. And according to 939-48, a person's privilege to threaten or intentionally use force against another for preventing or terminating what they reasonably to be an unlawful interference against him. So everything we know in this case, at least so far, is that Mr. Zelenski approached Ryelee Manente Powell with a gun.
Well, I don't think that's accurate. I'm not saying there's been any evidence sufficient to warrant any instruction on it, but the testimony I heard said that Ryelee Manente Powell began running from School Street down Van Street, and at that point in time, near the middle of the block, finally met up with Tiffany Powell and Mr. Zelenski. So, I mean, given the most favorable reading of that to the defendant, I can't find that would completely preclude an instruction. I'm not ready to say there's a basis for it now, but I mean, it has to be established through testimony, and I'm going to certainly allow him to express.
Absolutely. I just don't want to, when that threshold is reached in the defendant's mind, and if they're going to go right into McMorris evidence, I think we're going to need an off-the-record.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
I agree. We're ready then. Please be seated. Members of the jury, I am going to strike the response of Mr. Zelenski's last answer to the last question. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bill, I want to move to the day that you found out that you had been robbed. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
How did you find out that you were robbed?
The first thing the first way I found out was when April called and said, did you move some animal enclosures or take some of the animals out of the reptile room? And I said, no. Why? Is something missing, or why do you ask? And she said, yeah, there's things in disarray and there's things missing, and that's how I found out, first of all, that those things were missing.
And at some point, did you go to the residence on East Road?
I did.
And look in that shed?
Yes.
And how many animals were taken?
I can't recall the exact number, but I would say somewhere around 15.
And after you found out that the animals had been taken, how did that make you feel?
Very upset. I was very worried and distraught.
Why were you so worried?
Because I knew all the animals that were taken, needed specialized care and environment to survive. And I was really worried too because some of them were very dangerous and in the wrong hands, deadly.
Were you worried about the animals themselves?
Very worried about the animals themselves, yes.
And what were you so worried about the animals themselves?
I cared about the animals. I knew that without the proper care, in the wrong hands, they would, possibly get sick, possibly die, possibly escape. Almost certainly the environmental requirements wouldn't be met unless someone had a setup specifically for them.
And were you worried about other people?
Yes, very.
And what other people were you worried about?
Specifically, whoever took them, whoever was in contact with them, anyone in the area of where they were being kept.
And so some of those animals, and we saw throughout this trial, some of them were venomous?
Yes, that's correct.
Were all of them venomous?
No.
And you said that April had called you and told you about the theft of the animals. Did you discover things were taken from you elsewhere?
Yes, when she called and notified me about the animals being stolen, a short time later, I got in my car, which was parked behind Main Street. And when I got in, I noticed items in the car were missing.
Such as what?
Specifically, there was a 9mm Smith & Wesson semi-automatic handgun in the center console that was missing. And then I also noticed some other items like some money and cell phone charger and cell phone.
Later on, did you discover anything else from your car had gone missing?
I did. I didn't initially notice, but because I don't look at it every day, but there's a lockbox underneath the passenger seat that's attached with a metal cable. And that lockbox contained a small .38 special revolver.
And that lockbox had gone missing?
Yeah, the cable had been cut and the whole lockbox was gone with the gun inside.
And you said the lockbox was where?
It was underneath the passenger seat, so it wasn't visible. It was kind of hidden under there, and that's why I didn't notice it originally.
And you said there was the 9mm taken.
Yes, that was in the center console.
Was there a clip with the 9mm?
Yeah, there was a magazine that I kept separately, so the gun wasn't loaded while it was in the car, but a magazine was close by, so it could be put in.
And earlier you testified that 9mm is a fairly common gun?
Yeah, very, very common.
And I imagine the ammunition for it is pretty prevalently available?
Yeah, it's readily available. Fleet Farm has it.
And is there a waiting time or a waiting period to actually buy a handgun?
I believe there is.
And to your knowledge, is there any requirement, a waiting period to buy ammunition?
No, I don't believe there is.
So anybody who had taken the 9mm handgun could just go and buy ammunition for it?
Yes.
Did that concern you?
Yes, it did.
Why?
Again, in the wrong hands, the firearms are deadly.
And because they happened at the same time, did that lead you to suspect anything about who might have taken that stuff?
It did. My residence is very private on purpose because of the exotic animals, and so we didn't have a lot of people out there, so not a lot of people knew exactly where we lived, and it's hidden from the road. And I parked in the alley behind 111 North Main Street, which again isn't somewhere a lot of people see, and so the fact that things went missing from my car, where it was parked behind the building on Main Street, and in the very private East Road residence, led me to believe it had to be someone who knew both locations, and that my car would be there because I was there, and that they could access both the car and the property on East Road.
And when you discovered that these handguns were missing, what did you do?
Well, I told April when she was out at the house to report the reptiles and such stolen. Then I informed her that she should report the guns stolen, and they officers responded and said, you can't report it to county, you have to report it to the city.
And did you report it to the city?
That's exactly what I did. Then I contacted the city of Waupaca Police Department to let them know that there was a theft of those items from my car in the city limits.
And how would you characterize law enforcement's response?
They responded to take the reports, and initially they did everything that you would to start the complaint and speak with me, the victim, and April, the victim.
And with respect to the animals, what did you think somebody may try to do with the animals?
Well, because they were valuable, I didn't think anyone stole them just to have. So I figured they would try to sell them to make a profit and get the money.
And because you thought that they might try to sell them, what did you do with that information?
I immediately hit the streets. I started contacting everybody that I could think of, locally in the area, and also just in the widespread reptile community, to let them know what was stolen and to watch for those specific animals. And then if they heard anything about it, to let me know.
So you were trying to contact anybody you knew?
Absolutely.
And it sounds like people in that animal community.
Yeah, I have a lot of contacts from the years of doing this type of activity, and I would, like I said, go to national trade shows and conferences, and so I know a lot of people around the country.
Did you go online at all?
I did.
And what did you do online?
I checked all the sites that I know where people could sell the animals and the handguns. Some of the animals were very unique, very rare, and so if someone was advertising one of those animals for sale, I could identify it as mine and then follow that lead.
And Bill, I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 42. We heard some testimony yesterday that is a internet search history. Does that look familiar?
Yes, it does look like an internet history.
And who would have been the one doing that internet search?
It looks like my internet history. That's something I would do.
And what sort of sites were you visiting?
Fauna Classified is a website for reptiles and amphibians. Kingsnake.com, advertisements. Basically, they're all places where people buy, sell, and trade reptiles and amphibians. And then I see there's a gunbroker.com where I'd be looking for the stolen guns to be sold.
And so all that internet search history is trying to find somebody selling the animals that were stolen from you? Exactly,
and some of them have specifics, like I was looking for a freshwater crocodile on this amazing Amazon, and one of the animals stolen was a crocodile.
And I think I heard you say you texted some people.
I did. I texted and messengered quite a few people.
And we saw a lot of those text messages yesterday, those were all text messages or Facebook messages that you sent?
Correct.
And I want to ask you some questions about some of them. So I see somebody with the name Andrew Ungerman, Pink Lucy AST buyer. And who's that?
The Pink Lucy AST buyer means that he purchased a very rare color morph of an alligator, a snapping turtle. And so that's why I put that, because I have so many animal contacts, it reminded me of who he was. So he was a gentleman that had purchased a very rare turtle from me.
And so that was somebody in the animal community?
Correct.
And some of the texts that you sent were to people that just had their full names. Did you recognize some of their names just from the animal community?
Some of them I recognized from the animal community as, more than just someone I dealt with a couple times and they were friends of mine. And then I contacted people who are not in the reptile community also that, just might know something that are either from the area. I spread the word to everyone I could possibly think of that just may, by chance, have some information.
I want to ask you specifically about some of the text messages we saw yesterday. There was one that said, someone wrote their own death sentence. I just want the animals back ASAP so they don't get sick or sold multiple times. Do you remember that one from yesterday?
I do.
And what did you mean by that text message?
I meant if someone has a gaboon viper that doesn't know what they're doing, it's an almost certainty if they get bit, they're going to die. And whoever took them, as far as I know, wouldn't have been trained in how to handle them properly. And if they're trying to sell them multiple times, they're going to have to take pictures of them, handle them. It's just a disaster waiting to happen.
You didn't mean that you were going to go kill the person responsible?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
We also saw a message yesterday of something along the lines of, you're going to go hunting thieves. Do you remember that message from yesterday?
Sounds familiar.
And what did you mean by that?
It means I'm going to try to track down leads. I'm going to try to find information. I'm going to hunt down anything I can find out about who took the animals.
You didn't mean literally like you're going to go on a hunt for, like a hunt deer?
Oh, no, of course not.
And I know we had seen another message about you filling out some paperwork. Do you remember what paperwork you had to fill out after these things were stolen from you?
April had one for the county and I had one for the city, filling out which items were stolen. I know for the firearms they wanted a description, the serial numbers, the value of them, and so I was filling out the forms to turn into the police officers.
And we saw a message yesterday that was sent by you. I'm still filling out paperwork and hunting down the third.
Yes.
And is that in the same context that you use the word hunting?
Yes, correct. Searching for.
You weren't trying to, go hunting with a gun and find these people?
No.
You were hunting them down, like tracking down where the animals were.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
There was a message that was brought up yesterday about this will be solved on the streets. Do you remember that message from yesterday?
I do.
And what did you mean by that message?
That means I was dedicating every moment, all my efforts to this case because I was personally involved and I really cared about it. And I know the law enforcement agencies only have so much time. They have a lot of calls, a lot of complaints to deal with. And so they can only dedicate so much time to it. And so when I was out there following every lead, contacting everybody I know, trying to solve this mystery, I figured I would be more effective in a more timely manner to get this mystery solved and find out what happened and find the animals.
So it sounds like by solving on the streets, you mean, just like what was testified, you went on the street and were trying to find information about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Were any of those messages in reference to wanting to hurt the person who took these things from you?
No, absolutely not.
To kill the person who took these things from you?
No.
At some point, did you believe that Ryelee may have been involved?
Yes.
And what did you do with that information?
When I suspected Ryelee was involved, I didn't have any evidence of it, but I went to his place and spoke to him.
And when you say his place?
Yeah, he had an upstairs apartment on Mill Street.
Earlier you testified he lived on Granite Street.
Yes, when I first met him, he did live on Granite Street.
And then at some point he moved to Mill Street.
Yes.
Had you been over to his place on Mill Street before?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been previously marked Exhibit 26. Can you see that okay, Bill?
I can see it, but it's hard to, I can't read any of the names.
Okay, can you read that now? Maybe if I get it closer to you.
Yes.
And you can see this red dot up here. And is that where Rylee's apartment was?
That does look accurate, yes.
And over on Mill Street?
Yes.
And that was this dot up here that I was pointing to?
Yes, that's correct.
And I have a green dot over here that is on Main Street.
Yes.
Is that about where your property was on Main Street?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
And I've labeled that 111 North Main Street?
Yes.
It's about accurate.
Mm-hmm.
I also have a, I think it's blue-ish dot over on Van Street. And do you know who would live there?
That would be Tara.
Okay, that would be Tara's house right on Van Street.
Yes.
And so I marked down here this blue dot, Tara's house, 401 Van Street.
That looks accurate.
Now there's also a purple dot over here on the sort of right-hand side of the map, down Royalton Street, past Churchill. Do you know what would be there?
That looks like the building we're in now.
Okay, the courthouse?
Yes.
Is there anything attached to the courthouse?
Yeah, the Waupaca County Sheriff's Department and the Waupaca County Jail.
And you know, obviously, this layout. We talked about your knowledge of the streets from your time as law enforcement.
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate map and where all these points of interest would be?
Yes.
So you testified that you went over to Rylee's apartment on Mill Street.
Yes.
Well, what happened when you went there?
Tiffany Rose and I went there to ask Ryelee about it and to inform him about it because we thought he might be involved. And we went upstairs and Ryelee and his friend Ashton were there. And so I told him we had been burglarized and a bunch of animals went missing and someone stole guns out of my car.
You referenced Ashton. Did you know Ashton?
I didn't know him. I had seen him and met him a couple times around, but I didn't really know him.
Okay, and so Ryelee and Ashton were there and you said you brought up the thefts.
That's right.
What was their response?
Ryelee got very defensive and upset and like offended that we would accuse him of being involved.
Did he ask any questions?
No, I was surprised by that, and when I was explaining what had happened and what was missing, he didn't ask any questions at all about any of the details.
And do you know when you would have went over to Rylee's apartment?
It would have been the day right after we found out everything was missing.
The day after or the day of? Or do you not remember?
Well, the day after it went missing, so I guess it would be the night of the day we found it was all missing.
Okay, so if they went missing between the night of October 14th and October 15th, if that's the frame of reference, what day would have you went over?
It would have been October 15th.
Okay. That evening?
In the evening, yes.
Okay. Did you threaten Ryelee at any time that night?
No, not at all.
Now I want to move forward. So we saw a bunch of these text messages that you're looking for information. Did you ever get any leads prior to October 19th?
No.
On October 19th, where were you sort of later in the evening?
I was at the East Road residence in the house.
Who was all there?
I was there, April was there, Tiffany Rose was there, and Rowan was there.
And at that time, did you receive any information about the animals?
We did.
And what information was that?
Tiffany Rose got some messages from Mackenzie that...
Who's Mackenzie?
Mackenzie is the mother of Rylee's son and ex-girlfriend.
And you said that the messages from her had said what?
She was calling or messaging to inform us to be careful because Ryelee and Ashton had been asking for a ride out to rob me. And she said, "You're going to get robbed, so be careful." And
what was your reaction?
The response was, "Oh my gosh, we already were robbed. All the stuff was taken." And then she said, "Well, Ryelee and Ashton did it."
You testified that there was information that Ryelee and Ashton had asked for a ride?
Yeah, that's what she told us.
And I think earlier you testified that you had given Ryelee rides before.
Yeah, all the time. I gave Ryelee rides, Mackenzie rides, yeah, quite often.
Did Ryelee have a vehicle?
No, never.
Did Mackenzie indicate, or did you receive any information as to where the animals might be?
Nothing concrete. She just said they may be at Ashton's mom's.
Did you know where Ashton's mom lived?
I did not.
Do you have any idea where she might live?
She said it was somewhere near Highway 10 outside of Waupaca.
And what did you do when you got that information from Mackenzie?
While she was actually still on the phone, we called the Sheriff's Department Dispatch Center.
And I know we heard a call the other day. There was some communication we heard about you saying, "Do you want to talk to the police?"
Yes, the dispatch center asked if the person providing the information would be willing to talk to him. So we were trying to have Mackenzie meet up with an officer or speak to him on the phone so she could relay the information directly.
And did you contact anybody else that night?
I did.
Who did you contact?
I contacted Jeff Larson.
And how do you know Jeff Larson?
I know Jeff from contacts him around town. He owns quite a few properties. And he was Rylee's landlord on Granite Street and on Mill Street. And he owned a building next to my building.
Why did you contact Jeff?
Because he knows the area very well, and he was Rylee's landlord, and I wanted to see if he was in town.
And do you know if Jeff was able to determine whether Ryelee was in town?
He said, yeah, I'm in town right across the street from his apartment. And he said he would take a look and keep an eye on the place and see if anyone was home.
And did he inform you as to whether Ryelee was home?
He did. He responded and said that he saw, he described Ashton and said, I see Ashton outside and I see other people inside, so I think Ryelee is home.
And what did you do with that information?
I told him if he would be willing to stay there and just keep an eye on the place, and then I would let law enforcement know that they were home, and if they left, I asked Jeff to stay there until law enforcement arrived.
When they left, you mean if law enforcement had left?
No, if Ryelee and Ashton left.
Okay. And you wanted Jeff to do what with that?
Report to law enforcement where they were. He actually pulled his truck into the driveway, so the vehicle in the driveway couldn't leave. Or he'd have to move his vehicle to let them leave. And so then law enforcement arrived and he left.
And Jeff left?
After law enforcement arrived, yep.
And at some point, did you text Jeff Larson about following Ryelee and Ashton if they left?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that their location was known so that if law enforcement was on the way, they could find them, contact them, question them.
And why were you hoping law enforcement would contact them and question them?
Well, because we had some evidence to show that they were involved in the burglary and stealing of the animals, I wanted to find out the location of the animals, and I figured if law enforcement questioned them, they would find out where the animals were being kept.
Law enforcement hopefully could use that information you had been able to provide.
Exactly.
And did you text Jeff about leaving your house?
I did.
And when you texted him, I don't know if you can see, we wrote up on the board the other day that Bill on his way. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And was that because a text message was sent by you?
Yes, I sent a message to Jeff Larson letting him know I was on my way to town.
And when would have you sent that message?
When I was leaving to go to town.
So at 8:53 and 54 seconds p.m., Bill on his way, that was when you left East Road?
I was driving, probably down my driveway and getting onto East Road, yep.
And where initially were you headed?
I was going to Mill Street, to where Jeff was.
In the city of Waupaca?
Correct.
So I just added into town. You were heading into town, into Waupaca.
Correct.
Did you ever make it to Mill Street?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I received a call from the law enforcement dispatch center letting me know that the officers they were there and they didn't want me to go to Mill Street.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked exhibit number 15. And we had some testimony that was your phone call log, right?
Yes, that's correct.
I want you to direct your attention to call number 10. Can you indicate what time that call was made?
It appears it was at 8:57 and 32 seconds p.m.
8:57 and 32 seconds?
That's correct.
And is that the phone call you were referencing that you got a call from law enforcement?
Yeah, that call was initiated from the sheriff's department.
And because on the phone call log you see it was a call received by your phone.
That's correct.
And so you said that law enforcement told you police are on Mill Street, don't come to Mill Street.
That's correct.
You testified from that the call was at 8:57 and 32 seconds?
Yes.
Okay, so I just wrote up here 8:57 and 32 seconds p.m. Bill told not to go to Mill Street. That was based on the testimony?
That's correct.
And that's accurate based on what you've just said?
Yes.
I'm also going to write up on here that it's a timeline. You would agree with that?
Yes.
And that was, I think, all from October 19th?
Yes.
I'm going to mark this timeline with an exhibit sticker, Exhibit 77. Bill, you've been here throughout the trial listening, and you've seen me write stuff up here on Exhibit now 77.
Yes.
Is that all from what you remember seeing and hearing, an accurate timeline of the evening of October 19th between 8:53:54 seconds p.m. to 10:20 and 3 seconds p.m.?
Yes, that does look accurate.
So you just testified that you were told to not go to Mill Street.
That's correct.
Where did you go?
I went to park behind 111 North Main Street.
And what did you do while you were waiting on Main Street?
Just talked with Tiffany Rose, listened to the radio, smoked cigarettes.
From East Road into Waupaca, how would you get from East Road into Waupaca?
Take East Road to Highway K. I'll take a right on Highway K and follow that up to the stoplights. And then I would take a right. And I would continue under Highway 10, follow that around past the lake, and then I would turn left on, say, Main Street, and follow Main Street.
And it seems like with all that driving, it would take longer than less than 4 minutes?
Yes, it would take more than 4 minutes.
And so, how long would you say that you were just sitting and waiting on Main Street?
It seemed like forever, but I would say probably about a half hour.
And at some point, did you travel away from Main Street?
Yes. While we were waiting behind North Main Street, I ran out of cigarettes, so I drove to Walgreens.
And we heard earlier today that Waupaca has one Walgreens.
The one and only on West Fulton Street.
And that's west of your property on Main Street.
That's correct.
And what did you do at Walgreens?
I went inside and purchased cigarettes, possibly a beverage.
And when you left, what did you do?
Got in the car, probably smoked a cigarette, and started driving back to Main Street.
And did you see anyone when you were driving back to Main Street?
Yes, while we were driving, we noticed Tara driving.
And in what direction was Tara driving?
I believe it would be towards the east.
Okay. And you testified that you knew where Tara lived. We saw that on the map.
Yes, I've been there several times before.
Was she driving in the direction of going home?
Yes, that's correct.
And did she make it home?
Yes, we actually followed her and she went home. And
I'm going to show you a video. You've seen the video before, but we're going to show the video again. I don't know. Are you able to see that TV, Bill?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so you can see the video that we're playing right now?
Yes.
Okay, we're just going to play it all the way through. All right. And obviously you were here when other people testified about this video, but what does that video show?
It shows what appears to be Tara's car pulling into the driveway, and then a short time after, me driving my car pulling into her driveway.
And when you pulled into your driveway, we saw both vehicles go off screen.
Yes.
Why is that?
The doorbell camera's field of vision, or whatever it records, is on the front of the neighbor's house, and the driveway goes back behind the houses, back behind Tara's house, and so we had to drive, further back than the camera was.
So the driveway extends pretty far back?
Yes.
Does it go all the way sort of to the back of Tara's house?
Yeah, the garage, is back set behind the house. It's a duplex, and so there's kind of like two sections, and it's kind of tucked back.
And why did you pull all the way to the back?
Well, I didn't pull all the way to the back because that's where her and the other people that live in the duplex parked. I parked behind her, but close to her door. Her door that we went in is on the back side of the house.
While you were there, if Tara needed to leave, would have you had to move your car?
Yes, I had the driveway pretty much blocked where my car was, and hers was in front of mine.
You said you had been there previously.
Yes, I went there on multiple occasions, mostly to drop off or pick up Jackson.
And when you were there previously, had there been other people that were at Tara's house?
Yes.
Had you ever been parked in?
I have, and I also had parked in people, so I had to move.
That sort of a fairly common thing to happen?
I wouldn't say it happened regularly, but it was definitely a possibility, and so it did happen more than once.
And how long were you at Tara's house for?
Not very long. I don't remember exactly, but around 5 minutes.
And I see you kind of glancing at Exhibit 77 to help you.
Yeah.
And did you get a call from Officer Wazrut?
I did.
And what did Officer Wazrut call you for?
He called and said, are you available to meet me right now on Main Street? And so I said, yes, I am.
When you were at Tara's house, what were you talking to Tara about?
We wanted to first inform her that we had gotten this information from McKinsey about Ryelee and Ashton's involvement in the theft. And then we wanted to ask her if she had any other information, if she knew anything about where the animals were, if she had even heard of it.
And somebody else was home at Tara's house?
Yes, Tara's daughter.
And did her daughter's name Daisha?
That's correct.
Did Tara indicate that she had any information?
No, she said she didn't have any information, additional information at all.
Was she aware of the animals had been stolen?
I really honestly don't remember if she knew or not. I think she was aware of it.
And what information did Daisha share with you?
Well, we had told her that we had gone on Ryeelee's Snapchat and seen some pictures. And so she said, oh, I'm on Ryeelee's Snapchat too. I can pull it up and show you what Ryelee had put on there.
And did she?
She did.
And what did you see on that Snapchat?
We saw the same photograph that has been shown here that we had seen. Basically the same stuff that Tiffany Rose saw on her phone that Ryelee had posted.
So it sounds like it wasn't new information that Daisha shared with you that you didn't already have.
No, it just confirmed this stuff was posted for people to see that we had already seen on his account.
So after you got the phone call, we can see that at some point you left.
Yes.
And do you remember where you went?
Yeah, directly from her house to Main Street to meet with the officer.
And we don't need to play the video again because we've seen it initially when you backed out of Tara's driveway. Did you start to go the wrong way?
Yeah.
And then you pulled up to Shearer Street.
Yeah, I realized, I'm going the wrong way on a one-way, and so I turned around right away and went the right way.
Okay. And when you got to Main Street, is that where you met the police officer?
Oh, that's correct.
And we can see you met with him for some time.
Yes.
And we saw some parts of that conversation yesterday. What new information had you received from that police officer?
That officer told me that officers were at Mill Street, and he informed me that both Ryelee and Ashton were taken into custody, which was news to me.
Did he say why?
I think he said they had warrants for their arrest.
And did the officer tell you that Ryelee was going to be released?
I believe so.
Was that a concern to you?
Yes.
Why?
Well, I was worried because if they questioned him about the burglary and the theft, the animals, and then released him, there was a good chance he would go and try to destroy the evidence of the crime, which means the animals.
And at this point, did you have any idea where the animals were?
No.
Were you worried about anything else with Ryelee being released?
Yeah, if he tried to move the animals, if he was in a hurry, could definitely make a mistake and get killed by that gaboon viper.
And if Ryelee were going to do that, how do you think he would get to wherever the animals were?
Well, I knew he'd have to get a ride, and so I figured he would probably go to Tara's house to see if Tara or Madison or someone else would give him a ride.
You said that you think possibly the officer told you that Ryelee was going to be released.
Yes.
Did the officer tell you when he would be released?
No, the officer didn't know. I remember he said that the county, who was investigating the theft of the animals, may hold him for questioning, and there's no way to know if that's going to take a long time or not.
And the county, you mentioned the county, so the Waupaca County Sheriff's Department?
That's correct.
And is that the same place where the jail is?
Yes.
So after you met with Officer Wasrud, we see that you called April.
I did, yes.
Why did you call April?
I've been keeping in contact with her through the evening and law enforcement. She was relaying messages for me, and I wanted to keep her informed that I had met with that officer, shared the information, and what the officer had told me.
At some point, was that call interrupted?
It was.
And you still have exhibit number 15 up in front of you?
Yes, I do.
I want you to look at the phone call with April. And can you tell us how long that phone call is listed in duration?
I'm trying to find the call.
I believe that would be call number 4.
It says 7 minutes and 2 seconds.
And so we see that you called April at 10:10 and 43 seconds p.m.
That's
and
correct.
The duration is listed as 7 minutes.
7 minutes and 2 seconds.
But we see that you received a call from Danielle about 3 minutes later.
That's correct.
Do you know why that would appear that way?
Yes. On my cell phone, when I am on a call and another call comes in, it's the call waiting. And you could choose to ignore it or you can answer it. And when I answered the call coming in, it didn't hang up with the first call. It just put it on hold, like a call waiting.
So the call duration was 7 minutes because April was sort of on hold while the call with Danielle was going on.
Yeah, and we never reconnected. The call ended before we talked again. But yeah.
Okay. And when your phone was ringing that it was Danielle calling, what did you do with the phone?
I handed it to Tiffany Rose.
Why?
She knew Danielle much better than I did, and I figured she was the one that was going to talk to her because usually when Danielle called, it was for Tiffany Rose.
And when you handed the phone to Tiffany, what did you do?
I started driving. I pulled out from the Main Street parking area spot and started driving.
And where were you driving?
I was driving back to Tara's house.
And so we saw on this map, do you remember the route that you took?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do.
And what route was that?
I would pull out and drive on Main Street to the stoplight at Main and Badger, and I would take a left, and I would drive down Badger Street, which turns into School Street, and I would take School Street to Van Street, and then I would turn onto Van Street.
Okay, so you started at this green dot and drove south on Main Street?
That's correct.
And then you said you drove onto Badger?
Yes.
And that turns into School Street?
Yes.
And so that would be the way that you would take to get to Tara's house?
Correct.
And why were you driving back to Tara's house?
A number of reasons. One, we told her that as soon as we were done meeting with the officers, we would return because we had only been there a short time. Our conversation was interrupted by the phone call, so I said, we'll be back. And so that was the plan. And then also, I was concerned that, maybe she had some new information because if she had talked to anybody involved, like her daughter Mackenzie, maybe someone found out more information about where the animals were, and I wanted to see if she knew anything.
And we saw that you had been meeting with that officer on Main Street for about 20 minutes.
That's correct.
On your way, do you know who Tiffany was talking to during that phone call?
Well, I knew she started talking with Danielle because that's who called, and I could tell that's who she was talking to. But then I know it turned into like a three-way call where she was speaking more with Ashton's mother. I think Angela's her name.
And what do you remember Angela saying?
I know she said that she had the animals and they were in her basement. So we were really excited that they were located. We found out that she had them.
And did she give you her address?
Yeah, she did.
And were you able to write down the address?
No, not at all. I was still driving.
And do you remember where, if you were driving from Main to Badger to School Street to Van, do you remember at what point in this drive that you found out the address to Angela?
I can't say for sure. I know I was driving, but we were pretty close to Tara's house already.
So, would you say you were close to Van Street?
Yes.
While you were driving down School Street, did you see anybody?
Yes.
Do you know who you saw?
I saw someone walking that I thought could be Ryelee.
And why did you think it could be Ryelee?
Just because, I had spent so much time with him. I knew, kind of his, I don't know if you'd call it gestures or the way he handled himself, the way he walked. It just kind of resembled Ryelee.
Did you know it was Ryelee?
I couldn't be certain because it was very dark and it was a little further away, but I thought it was.
Bill, I'm going to hand you what's been marked Exhibit 78. I want you to take a look at that. Can you identify that?
It looks like a picture of School Street at the intersection of Van Street, looking down School Street.
And does that look to be fair and accurate how School Street would appear at that intersection of School and Van Street?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked Exhibit 79. Is that just an enlarged photo of Exhibit 78?
Yes.
And these are both fair and accurate of how that intersection was?
Mm-hmm. Yes, correct.
Now, obviously, this picture was taken during the day, but you were driving at night.
That's correct.
Harder to see all the details than it is in this picture?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you this marker, and on Exhibit 78, can you draw a little stick figure where you saw the person you thought could be Ryelee?
Guess I can try to do that.
There's a really skinny end of that Sharpie I just handed you.
Sorry, I'm not very good at drawing stick people.
I'm going to get that exhibit back from you. Now, are you still able to see Exhibit 79?
Yeah.
And I'm looking at your marking on Exhibit 78, and it appears that you drew Ryelee sort of right almost next to this electrical pole.
That's correct. He would have been on the sidewalk there.
And did you see where I just drew a little stick figure?
Yes.
Is that about the same location that you drew it on Exhibit 78?
Yes.
So that's where you saw somebody walking.
Correct.
And you were driving with your headlights on?
Yes.
Was this far down fully illuminated by your headlights?
Well, It was kind of on the edge of the beam range.
Is that what made it hard to identify who that person was?
Well, I wasn't 100% sure who it was, but it was enough light to say, I think that's Ryelee.
And after you saw this person you thought could be Ryelee, what did you do?
I asked Tiffany Rose, I said, is that Ryelee? And I was surprised. I thought to myself, that can't be Ryelee. He's in custody. But then I thought, it sure looks like him.
But you testified that you thought, or the officer told you Ryelee might be released.
That's correct.
Or would be released.
That's correct.
But you were still surprised that that might have been Ryelee.
Yeah, because I had just got done meeting with the officer, and in my mind I thought if he had been placed into custody and questioned about the burglaries, it would probably take longer than that.
You didn't expect to see him so quickly.
No, not at all. I figured he would still be, in the process of being questioned or possibly not released yet.
At some point, did you turn down Van Street?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Because I was going to Terrace House, and that's the way to go.
But if you knew where the animals were, why did you still turn down Van Street?
Well, we were getting the address, finding out where the animals were, and then I was already almost there to Terrace House, and I saw what I thought might be Ryelee. And I thought if he's in close proximity and he wants to go and move, destroy, let loose the animals, he's probably going to go to Terrace to try to find a ride. And I wanted to make sure that didn't happen, so I was going to run in and ask her quick, don't give him a ride.
And you testified earlier about how many animals were missing.
Yes.
Approximately how long do you think it would have taken to get those animals out of Angela's house?
It's hard to say. I've never been there, but I was told they were in a basement, which means, carrying them up the stairs, getting them out the house, getting them into the vehicle while keeping them warm. So, I mean, a minimum of a half hour.
And were you afraid Ryelee might show up there?
Exactly. That was my concern, that if he got a ride out there while I was trying to pick up the animals, I wouldn't be able to get them home safely.
Why didn't you just call Tara?
Well, Tiffany Rose was on my phone, so I couldn't call. And I was right around the corner, so it was actually quicker to just stop. And I don't even know if I have Tara's phone number, to be honest.
You said that Tiffany was still on the phone.
Yeah, she was still talking with Angela while I was turning onto Van Street.
And is that supported by the timeline that we have seen?
Yes, it is. It shows that I parked in front of Tara's house prior to the call with Danielle ending.
And all these times you were accurate as far as we all heard, right?
Yeah, it sounds like before you wrote them down, you established they were accurate.
And so we saw on camera that you parked in front of Tara's house at 10:17:26 p.m.
That's correct.
And that phone call with Danielle didn't end until almost 20 seconds later?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's, even if you had Tara's number, it sounds like you couldn't have called her.
That's right. Yeah, my phone was already being used, and I was driving.
Why didn't you wait and call the police?
Well, we were going to call the police, but Angela specifically said, don't call the police. I don't want them to come out here again.
So you pulled up in front of Tara's house. You parked in front of Tara's house.
Yes.
What did you do?
I parked in front of her house so I could quickly run in and ask her to not give Ryelee a ride and let her know we had found the location of the animals. So that was my plan, to get out and go to her door.
Earlier, when you went to Tara's house, you parked in her driveway.
Yes.
Why didn't you do that at that time?
Well, when we first pulled in and followed her in, we were planning on staying more than just a brief moment. And we didn't know how long we'd be there, and there was no urgency. And this time, I wasn't planning on staying. I just wanted to quick run, tell her don't give Ryelee a ride if he comes and asks for one, because we're going out to retrieve the animals. We found out where they are. And I was going to run back to the car and then quick turn right there and be back on the route to where we were going to get the animals.
We saw that on the map, that if you were parked straight, you could have just quick turned on the shearer and then right back to school.
Exactly.
And from Tara's house, how would you get to Waupaca?
I just turn left on Shearer, which would take me right back to school, and then I could take School Street to Churchill Street, and then Churchill Street would run me right out to Highway 10.
And then you could just take Highway 10 out to Waupaca.
Correct.
When you parked the car, what did you do?
I parked the car, put on the parking brake, and opened my door.
Was Tiffany still on the phone?
I think she was probably just ending the call at that time when we were getting out of the car.
And you mentioned when we were getting out of the car. Did Tiffany get out of the car as well?
Yes, she did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked Exhibits 19, 20, 21, and 22. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, it looks like pictures of Van Street.
And you testified you've been to Tara's house many times. Is that how you're able to tell that that's Van Street?
Yes.
And obviously, those photos were taken during the day.
Yes.
Do you believe you could recognize Van Street at night?
Probably.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up two pictures. This was on Exhibit 25. They will be on a different exhibit. Can you see the picture that I just pulled up on the screen?
It's very dark, but yes.
And what does that picture appear to be to you?
It looks like facing down Van Street towards School Street.
And why do you believe that to be the case?
Just based on the layout of the road and the house front that I can see.
And are you comparing it to one of the exhibits you have in front of you of Van Street during the day?
Yes, it looks very similar.
And is there some feature in this photo in the dark that's also visible in those exhibits in front of you?
There's the car.
And anything else?
Well, there's a light on the front of that house, and it illuminates the front of that house enough that I can see it.
And that appears to be the same house. You're referring to the one on the left in this dark picture?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that's the same house that you can see in those pictures during the day?
That's correct.
So this is a fair and accurate depiction of how Van Street looks at night?
Yes.
I'm going to show you another picture. And can you identify what this picture might be?
That looks like Van Street facing the other direction.
So Van Street facing Shearer?
Correct.
And what makes you believe that that's Van Street?
Again, It looks like the house on the right side has a light on in front and the car under the street light.
And that appears to be the same that was in the other picture?
Correct.
And the house that we can see in this dark photo on the very right-hand side, the one with the light on, that's the one we saw with the light on in the other picture?
It appears that way.
Okay. And is this a fair depiction of how Van Street would have appeared when you were there in the 10:17 p.m. on October 19th?
Objection.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Was in a car with headlights.
Have you been on Van Street in the dark in the fall before?
Yes.
Is this how Van Street appears in the dark during fall?
Yes.
Can you tell anything about this photo?
It's very, very dark.
Okay. Are you able to see it at all?
I see one light speck.
Okay.
That's
That's okay. We don't need to address that photo.
I could see more on this screen actually than that screen.
Okay.
Where it looks like I can see there's a street, but now I can't even see that.
Okay. So we'll go put the first photo back up. It will be on whatever new thumb drive exhibit. Those were during the day. Do you have the extra thumb drive? And both of these dark photos of Van Street at night, for the record, will be on Exhibit 80, and they will be titled Image 226 and Image 232. Now, Bill, looking at the exhibits you have in front of you, there's 4 separate exhibits.
Yes.
And they're actually 2 different photographs, though, right?
It looks like 2 different photographs and then 2 copies of each.
And those are of Van Street during the day?
Yes.
I'm going to start with Exhibit 20. Oh, we'll start with 23. That matches what exhibit of yours?
It looks like 21 and 22.
I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 81. Does that appear to be the same picture as Exhibit 23?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 82. Does that appear to be the same photograph as Exhibit 24?
Yes.
After you parked on Van Street, you said you started to get out of the vehicle.
Yes.
What happened when you got out of the vehicle?
I started heading towards Tara's house. I got out and started walking past my car to her driveway.
And in Exhibit 24, we can see a black car parked on the road.
Yes.
Is that approximately where you would have parked your vehicle?
Yes, it looks to be about the same spot.
And because this is Joseph Brown's house?
The house next to Tara's house, yes.
The house with the camera on it?
Yes.
And so this vehicle parked here is right where about your vehicle would have been?
Yes, and then Tara's driveway's right behind it.
And if we're looking at Exhibit 23, would this be if you were standing sort of behind your vehicle?
Yeah, that's correct.
And whose driveway is this?
That'd be Tara's driveway.
And so this would be facing towards School Street on Van, right next to Tara's driveway?
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that you got out of your car and you started to walk towards Tara's driveway.
Yes.
What happened?
Before I got far at all, I saw someone running around the corner onto Van Street.
Running from what corner?
From the School Street and around from the School Street sidewalk onto Van Street.
And how do you know it was somebody running?
I could see and hear someone running around the corner.
Were you able to see where that person was?
Yes.
Because in real life, it's a little easier to see than the dark photo we have up on the big screen.
Yes.
But that's still how dark it was.
Yes.
And who did you see?
It turns out it was Ryelee.
How do you know it was Ryelee?
I had an idea it might be him based on seeing him coming down School Street, but then I knew for sure it was him when he started yelling at me.
What was he yelling?
He was on, "I'm gonna get you, motherfucker. I'm gonna beat your ass." He's like, "Come fight me like a man."
And you know Rylee's voice?
Yeah, I do very well.
So is it at that point you knew that it was Ryelee?
I did. When he was yelling at me, I knew it was him.
And so I'm going to hand you this marker on Exhibit 20 and 22. I'd like you to mark, if you could, where you saw Ryelee as you got out of your car and approached Tara's driveway.
When I first saw him?
Yes. Red man. Show up.
What exhibit is that he's marking?
'20 and 22. Bill, you just marked on Exhibit 20 and 22 where you saw Ryelee when you first got out of your vehicle.
Yes.
As you were approaching Tara's driveway.
Correct.
And certainly this angle is a little bit easier to gauge distance
Yeah.
than straight down.
Correct.
Which exhibit was easier?
Exhibit 20 and 24. And so, Bill, I don't know if you can see, was Ryelee in the road?
Yes.
And it looks like on Exhibit 20, which matches Exhibit 24, you saw him sort of just after these garbage cans on the side of the road?
Yes.
I just placed a red mark on Exhibit 24 where you have put a black mark on Exhibit 20. Does that appear to be in the same location on Exhibit 24 that you indicated on Exhibit 20?
Yes, it does.
And so this is where first saw Ryelee?
Yes.
So I just wrote on exhibit number 24, first saw Ryelee on van.
That's accurate.
And that's accurate based on what you just said?
Yes.
you still have, I'm going to give you these two exhibits. You testified you saw Ryelee in about that location, and he was yelling, "I'm going to get you," curse word.
Yes.
What did you do?
I turned around and I quickly went back to my car and grabbed my shotgun.
Where was Tiffany?
She was outside the car, going down towards School Street.
Did you wait for Tiffany to get off the phone before you got out of the car?
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe so.
So you and Tiffany are outside of the car initially?
Yes.
And when you see Ryelee, you just said you went back to the car.
Yeah, when I heard him yelling at me, I did.
And what did you do at the car?
I grabbed my shotgun, which was between the driver's seat and the center console.
Why did you grab your shotgun?
I was scared.
Scared of what?
Scared of Ryelee. I was scared of him running at me.
Why didn't you get in your car?
Tiffany Rose wasn't in the car, and I was afraid that Ryelee would close the gap between me and the car too quickly for me to get in the car and try to drive away after getting Tiffany Rose back in the car.
We heard some testimony your car is a manual transmission.
Yes, it's a stick shift.
Did that factor into your decision at all?
It did. I know if I'm hurried, stressed, or not paying attention, I've stalled my car out more than once. When I first try to go, sometimes I mess up with the clutch and the gas and it dies. And I thought there's a chance that could happen.
And if Ryelee had closed the gap and got by you, what were you afraid of?
He was coming at me to do harm. And I was worried, as you can see, there's a lot of different tools and weapons in my car. I didn't want him anywhere near those.
And you testified earlier that Ryelee is pretty fast.
Very fast.
Where was the shotgun in your car?
Right next to the driver's seat, between that and the center console.
And you said that as Ryelee was running at you, you were afraid of him.
Yes, absolutely.
You thought he would do some harm to you?
Almost certainly. Yes.
Was that based on some previous incidences between you and Ryelee?
Yeah, things that I had seen and heard, yes.
Things that you had personally observed?
Yes.
Had you heard about other stuff?
That's correct.
We will take a recess. We are on the record outside the presence of the jury. Ms. Isherwood?
Your Honor, I certainly don't believe we are to the point where a valid self-defense, sorry, I can't see you, I'll come over here, where a valid self-defense claim has been made. What we know is that Ryelee was running down the street. We don't even know that. What Mr. Zelenski says is Ryelee was running down the street, and apparently that made Mr. Zelenski scared, so that he grabbed a shotgun. That is not anywhere near what is needed for self-defense.
Sorry.
And the use of deadly force. I mean, he grabbed the shotgun.
Your Honor, thank you. I think this is clearly enough to establish a legitimate self-defense claim at this point, because Mr. Zelenski would have the ability and the privilege to threaten the use of force to prevent or terminate an imminent and unlawful interference with this person. He just testified he saw Ryelee running directly at him down Van Street, yelling, "I'm going to get you, I'm going to beat your ass." He certainly has the ability and privilege to threaten the use of force to terminate or prevent what he believes is an unlawful interference, an imminent interference with this person at that moment.
Ms. Isherwood?
Well, that interference has to be reasonable as well.
That's a jury question, Your Honor.
That is a jury question. I mean, it has to be reasonable. His efforts have to be reasonable, and that's not to be decided now. This is simply, do I allow the McMorris evidence in? The testimony was that Ryelee was running down the street, was making threats, and Mrs. Zelenski said he was scared. He was almost certain he was going to do harm to him. I think that raises the issue, and I'm going to allow the McMorris evidence in now. You want to make any further record?
So, but, and I didn't object until he got into what he had heard. I didn't object when he asked what he had personal knowledge of. But he still can't get hearsay in.
And Your Honor, that's not hearsay. It doesn't go to the truth of the matter asserted. It goes to the impact on Bill and his state of mind.
And that's, that will require an instruction as to how it's to be utilized. But I think it is relevant in an ultimate decision of his state of mind and his reasonableness in his actions. But why don't you clarify, what are you expecting the response to be, Mr. Hogan? What has he heard? From whom, and what has he heard?
Basically everything that we had addressed in the McMorris motion, that he was told by Ryelee himself, by Mackenzie's mother about Ryelee being violent with Mackenzie in February of 2020. Ryelee telling Bill about getting into a fight at the jail. Ryelee telling Bill about other fights he had been involved in. Bill personally observing Ryelee chase and make threats towards Mackenzie. Generally talking about his anger issues with Bill. Bill personally witnessing Ryelee threaten Tiffany in the past, and then personally observing Ryelee wanting to fight and threatening Bill in the past.
Ms. Isherwood? Yes.
I'm not going to object, Your Honor.
From what I heard is I didn't hear anything. It was statements that ostensibly Ryelee made towards Bill or others that were observed. So He can testify to it. Do we need to put anything else on the record before we bring the jury back?
No.
Okay, we're ready.
I'll make sure they're ready.
I figure we'll finish direct here tonight. I assume it's not that much longer. Or is that a bad assumption?
I can tell the court we're definitely more than halfway through.
Well, we'll see where we are at 5:30. Please be seated. We will go back to the record. You may proceed.
Thank you. Bill, you testified that you were scared about Ryelee. Is that based on previous incidences with Ryelee?
Yes, that's correct.
Things that you had seen?
Yes.
And things that you had heard?
Yes.
What is the first instance that you recall hearing about Rylee's behavior that made you concerned?
The first thing that made me very concerned that I had heard about was an incident that happened, I believe, in February, where he told me he had been drinking and went over to his Granite Street apartment, see Mackenzie. Then they got into an argument, and that argument turned from a verbal argument to a physical fight, and pushing, slapping, punching, and at some point he said he grabbed her by the neck, pushed her up against the wall, took her phone away from her, and that really scared me. And he said that they kept fighting, and then Tara came up to the apartment, and they got into a fight, and then the cops were called, and he jumped out the window and ran off.
And you said Ryelee had told you about that incident?
Yeah, Ryelee did. He told me about it. There was quite a lot of discussion about that incident because it was a pretty major situation.
Did anyone else tell you about that incident?
Yeah, Ryelee told me about it, then Mackenzie told me about it, Tara told me about it, and I also attended the court proceedings for charges related to that incident.
When you heard about all that, how did that make you feel?
It was a pretty scary situation because Mackenzie and Tara told me that they thought he was strangling her, trying to, kill her. And, the domestic abuse situation is very concerning to me.
Do you know if Ryelee had been arrested for that?
Yes, he was ultimately arrested for that.
Did you go to see him after he had been arrested?
I did. I went to visit him while he was in jail with his mother.
And how did that go?
It went okay. He didn't like being there, of course. He hated it. We were trying to help get him out of jail as soon as we could. But he told me about another fight he had been in while he was in jail.
And what did he tell you had happened?
He said he was one of the younger guys in the pod. And so, didn't get the respect he thought he deserved from some of the other guys. And there was an older guy that, kept mouthing off to him. And he he didn't like it. He didn't like what the guy was doing, picking on him or making fun of him or just not respecting him. So they went under the stairs where there's a kind of a blind spot and the officers can't see, and they got in a fist fight and, punching each other. And he said it was a pretty good fight. And he actually injured his hand. He showed me his hand where it was all swollen up from punching the guy in the face.
What was his demeanor like when he was telling you this?
He's kind of proud of himself. He was, saying it like it was kind of bragging because he had won the fight. And then after that, he kind of had earned the respect of some other inmates by being a tough guy.
And how did that make you feel?
I was a little disappointed. Again, worried because, of the violent tendency, and also I was trying to help him, and that wasn't a good route for him to go.
And throughout your relationship with Ryelee, did he ever tell you about other fights he had been involved in?
He did. He told me about several fights that he was in, and I remember one, he was friends with a guy, and for a long time they were friends, but then distanced themselves, and he saw him outside of the Quick Trip, and they got into a dispute, and he told me that he just beat the guy's ass, and again won the fight.
And was that the only other fight he had told you about?
No, he told me about a time when he was visiting Mackenzie in some apartments in Waupaca, and got into a argument, and the downstairs neighbors, he got in a fight with both of the neighbors, the downstairs neighbors. And I actually, talked to him about that and saw some, again, visible injuries from the fight.
Was there ever an incident that you had personally observed?
Yes, there were a couple.
What was the first incident you might have personally observed?
One that really stands out in my mind is when Mackenzie and Ryelee were both at the 111 North Main Street apartment exchanging Jackson, and they got into some sort of a verbal argument about probably something to do with Jackson. And it escalated to the point where they were both getting very agitated and then threatening each other. And then Mackenzie's like, I got to get out of here. So she, fled out the back door.
And did you actually see this?
Yeah, I was there. I saw and heard everything. It was very aggressive, violent language, and then it spilled out into the alleyway and behind the building. And Mackenzie was with the stroller, walking at an extremely fast pace, almost running to get away from Ryelee, and he was chasing after her, yelling and screaming at her. And I was really worried for a couple of reasons. One, Mackenzie had Jackson in the stroller, and this was a very violent situation, and she was trying to get away from it, and he just wouldn't let it go. And he wasn't supposed to have contact with her at the time, and so I knew if they're yelling and screaming down the road, it's probably going to get in trouble. And
did you hear anything that Ryelee was saying?
Yeah, he was threatening her. He said, "I'm going to beat your ass. I'm going to kill you." It was like he was just enraged, and she was just running to get away from him.
You mentioned that he was enraged. Did he ever talk to you about his anger issues?
Yeah, he did. After it went all the way down Main Street, eventually, I actually caught up to him in my car and convinced him to get in my car and let her go. And that day later, I said, "This just isn't good. Let's talk about it." And because they had a no contact and they were blatantly yelling and screaming right in the middle of Main Street, I said, well, why can't you just let it go? And he was explaining to me, and I could see it, that he said, when I get enraged like that, when I get so angry, it just takes over. I just have this violent streak in me that I can't control. And once I get to a certain point of anger, I can't stop. And I just, I saw it. I saw it with my own eyes, and then he was describing it to me, and he said he knew it was there.
And how did that make you feel?
I was very worried. It was scary. It was scary, and I was concerned, and I wanted to help him, but I knew what he was talking about. I could see it.
Did you ever witness anything between Ryelee and Tiffany?
I did.
And what happened that you had seen?
There was another incident in the apartment on 111 North Main Street where Ryelee had come over, and he had been drinking, and Tiffany Rose was talking about staying sober, and they got into an argument about it, and it escalated to a point where he wanted to fight her again physically. He wanted to call her out into the alley, and he said, "Come on out here and fight me." He wanted to beat her up.
What did you do?
I was like, "No way. There's not going to be a fight in here." Asked him to leave.
Did he leave?
He did. He left. He went outside and was in the alley, just yelling and saying, "Come out here and fight." And luckily she, of course, did not.
Did she ever, or did Ryelee actually leave the area at some point?
Yeah. I mean, when it was apparent he knew she wasn't coming out to fight him, eventually he just walked away.
Was there ever a time that Ryelee had wanted to fight you?
Yeah, there was.
And tell me about that.
It happened basically the night before the burglaries and things went missing. Ryelee had come to the back door of the apartment again to come in. I was in the front of the building, up by the store part. But I could hear in the back Ryelee was wanting to come in. But Tiffany Rose was very, very, very concerned about COVID, because she thought if she got it, she'd die from other health complications. So she had a very strict policy that no one could come in without wearing a mask. And if they weren't COVID safe, she didn't want them in the apartment. But Ashton and another female friend and Ryelee and Jackson came into the apartment anyways. And then Rowan went up to the apartment to see what was going on, and he came back and said, "Hey, you need to come back here and help."
Did you go back there?
I did. I went back, and I could see Tiffany was visually upset. And I said, "Hey, does she want you in here, or did she ask you to leave?" And Tiffany said, "I want him to leave." And I said, "You guys need to go. If you don't have masks and you can't be COVID safe, you've got to leave now." And so Ashton and the female friend did leave. They went out the door. And Ryelee said, "No, I'm not going to leave. You can't make me." And I said, "Well, sure. This is her apartment. She says she doesn't want you here. I own the building, and I said I don't want you here. So you're going to have to leave."
Did he leave?
Eventually he did leave.
And what happened after he left?
Well, he went out the back door because he thought I was going to come out and fight him. And as soon as he went out the door, I locked the door behind him. So Rowan, Tiffany Rose, and I were inside, and him and Ashton and the female friend were outside.
And after you locked the door behind him, did he leave?
No, not right away. He was furious. He was yelling, screaming, because he wanted me to come out and fight him. And I kind of tricked him, because when we walked to the door, he thought I might come out and fight him. And when I didn't go out and fight him, he wanted me to, and he was anticipating a fight that wasn't going to happen.
You said he was yelling.
Yeah.
What was he yelling?
Again, he's like, "Come out here and fight me. I'm going to beat your ass. Come out and fight me right now. I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. mother effer.
And how did that make you feel?
I was worried. I mean, I knew that at that moment he was outside, I was inside. He actually jumped up onto the windows. There was windows in the back, and was screaming through the windows. So we had to block the view. And then we actually left the back apartment area and went up front because he wasn't leaving. And I was, I didn't want the interaction to go on any longer.
Did he ultimately leave?
Eventually, yes.
And so when you went back to your car to get the shotgun, was all of that going through your head?
Exactly. Yes.
Was there anything else that was going through your head about Ryelee at that point?
Yeah, I mean, he was furious. He was yelling, screaming, running. I knew just days before that he was most likely involved in taking 2 handguns out of my car. So there was a chance he had a handgun. He had a fanny pack. He could have had any sort of weapons, knives, guns. I didn't know. But I did know he was faster, stronger, quicker, more agile, and he wanted to hurt me.
And because you thought he might have been involved in stealing your guns, when you went to your car and you grabbed your shotgun, first of all, where was the shotgun?
It was, again, right next to the front driver's seat, between the driver's seat and the center console. The butt of the gun snugs right in between the seat and the console to keep it steady.
Had it ever been in the back seat?
Yes.
And when did you move it up to between the driver's seat and the center console?
It's almost always in that position between the driver's seat and the center console in that white sleeve.
Did you actually keep it in the white sleeve?
Yes.
And so when you went back to your car and got the shotgun, that it was at that time between the driver's seat and the center console?
Correct.
And what did you do when you grabbed it?
I just grabbed the butt of it and I put one hand on the butt of the gun and one hand on the sleeve because it very quickly draws out of the sleeve. And since I was in a hurry, I think that's probably how the sleeve got ripped. And I grabbed 2 shells that were right in the ashtray of the center console. I just flipped this trigger, or the mechanism on top that flops the gun open, and popped the 2 shells in and flopped it back shut to load it.
And once you loaded it, what did you do?
I'm not 100% certain, but I might have pulled the hammers back. I don't know. I can't remember exactly when I did that, but I know I took the gun and I turned on the flashlight and the red laser sight, and I started going towards School Street.
When you went to your car to get the gun, did you actually get inside the car or did you just lean in?
No, I just leaned in.
Okay.
I could reach the gun from standing on the road.
And so then after you stood back up, what did you do with the gun?
I turned around and went towards Ryelee with it, and I pointed in his direction.
And when you turned back down Van Street in Rylee's direction, did you see Ryelee?
Yes.
And what was Ryelee doing?
He was coming at me still, yelling and wanting to fight. And I was surprised he was still coming at me.
And you said that you had the gun pointed in his direction. Was it pointed at him?
I wasn't aiming right at him yet, but I was, yeah, that was my intention. Is I announced I have a gun, and I had the flashlight and the laser sight, basically, yeah, pointed at him after I was going towards him.
And you still have 2 exhibits in front of you?
I do.
And Sharpie?
Yeah.
On Exhibit 19, I'd like you to draw where you saw Ryelee after you turned back down Van Street.
Once I had the gun, you mean?
Yes. Did you draw him?
Yes.
And so that's where you saw Ryelee after you had got the gun out of the car.
Yes.
So I just drew on Exhibit 82 a red mark where you drew on Exhibit 19. Is that about where you had drawn Ryelee?
Yes.
And from what you remember, is that where you saw Ryelee after you turned back down Van Street?
Yeah, once I had the gun pointed at him, that's where he was.
Now, it looks like it's sort of in front of where the house is.
Yeah, it's just a little past the house there.
Okay. And once you saw him that close and you had the gun, what did you do?
I told him, I said, I have a gun. I said, stop. Leave us alone.
And what did Ryelee do?
He kept yelling and coming. He kept getting closer.
So if Ryelee was running at you and you were scared to get the gun, why did you start walking towards Ryelee as he was running at you?
Again, I had the gun. I wanted to make sure that he didn't get any closer to my car. I wanted to distance myself from the vehicle because I was worried if he didn't have a weapon on him, if he got to my car, he certainly would.
Did he do anything when he saw the gun?
No, I was very surprised. I thought for sure just having the gun and telling him, and he saw a loaded shotgun pointed at him, would make him stop, make him go away, leave us alone. But it did not.
And at some point we saw the video, maybe we'll pull that video back up. Did you hand the gun to Tiffany?
Yes, I did.
Why did you hand the gun to Tiffany?
Once Ryelee and I were within close proximity, and I noticed the gun wasn't deterring him at all. It didn't stop him. It wasn't doing any good as far as making him stop attacking. So I thought, let me try something else. The threat of using the gun didn't work. So I gave her the gun because I had a flashlight stun gun inside my coat pocket that I had pulled out, and I was going to try to use that.
So when you approached Ryelee and Ryelee was running at you, you had the gun in your hand?
Yes.
Why didn't you shoot him?
Oh, I never would want to shoot him.
Why not?
Because I cared about him a lot. He was my friend. I didn't want to hurt him at all.
Were you close enough that if you wanted to, you could have shot him?
Oh yeah, of course. Yes.
And so at some point, you said you realized Ryelee didn't have a weapon and handed the gun to Tiffany.
Yeah, I thought the threat of the gun didn't deter him at all. I'm going to try the taser because the electric current could stop him. It could, work in a way that nobody got hurt. We could resolve the issue.
And so it sounds like you got the gun initially and then tried to use the stun gun just to stop Ryelee?
Exactly. The electricity cracking on the stun gun, you can see it, you can hear it. He had seen it before, so I thought that might work. So I actually went and I lunged towards him to try to stun him with the stun gun because then the altercation could be over.
You wanted to stop it without hurting Ryelee?
Exactly. If I used the stun gun, I could stop the threat. Nobody got hurt.
And did Ryelee do anything with his jacket at any point?
Yes. When he was running towards me, wanting to fight, he was telling me, I'm coming to beat your ass. And while he was running, he took his jacket off, like preparing for a fight.
And so at some point, because he had his jacket off, is that when you were able to determine he did not have a weapon?
I didn't know for sure he didn't have a weapon, but I thought it was less likely that he had a weapon. I didn't see a weapon, and when he took his jacket off, I could see more clearly. So I thought, better chance that he didn't have one.
And at that point, it sounds like is when you realized you might not need the gun.
Correct.
When you had the taser, were you able to tase Ryelee?
I tried. I lunged, he backed up. I thought I had made contact with the skin, but it didn't do anything. It didn't work. And while I was trying to use the taser and it had no effect, I was really nervous. I was really scared. Because I was so close to him, I ended up dropping it.
So let's pull up the video. And so this is the video. Are you able to see it?
Yes.
And so at this point, do you have the shotgun? Oh, the board's in the way. Thank you. All right, so at this point, do you have the shotgun? We'll play it a little bit and then stop.
I believe I do. Yes.
Okay, so you had the gun.
Yes.
And now you actually were close, almost right up to Ryelee.
Correct. Very close.
And it looks like at that point, what are you going to do with the shotgun?
At that point, I was going to hand it off to Tiffany Rose.
And is it at that point you realized it's less likely Ryelee had a weapon?
Yes, that's correct, because I was close to him.
And you said that that's when you got your taser.
Yeah, at that point I thought maybe this taser would be more effective and could resolve the whole situation without anyone getting hurt.
Okay, well, we'll play some more of the video. We kind of saw you sort of bend down. Is that when you had dropped the taser?
Yeah, I believe that's when that's why I went towards him. That's why he backed up. That's why I was lunging with the taser. I think I dropped it and I tried to pick it up, but I don't think I was able to.
And what does Ryelee do at this point?
He takes the opportunity to run towards my car.
Okay, and so we'll play it some more. And we'll pause it right here. When that happens, what's going through your mind?
I was really, really scared. I was worried. Tiffany Rose was saying he's going to steal your car. And all I could think of is if he gets in that car, there's all kinds of weapons in there.
Were you afraid of Ryelee getting a hold of one of those weapons?
Yeah, exactly.
Why?
Because his intended purpose at that time was to do me harm. He was telling me, I'm going to beat your ass. I'm going to get you. If he grabbed a weapon out of my car, I was certain the next thing he was going to do with it is come at me with it.
Did he actually get all the way in your car?
I don't think so.
So we'll play another part. And at that point, is that where you would grab the shotgun back?
Yes, that's correct.
And what's going through your head at that time?
I'm just scared. I'm worried. I know there's a bunch of knives, the bat. There's another gun in the trunk of the vehicle. I was just worried he was going to grab something.
And did you see him grab anything?
I did not, no.
Because he was at your car, is that why you grabbed the gun back?
Yeah, that's correct. And the taser failed. It didn't work. I thought that would work. It didn't. he was at the car where there's a bunch of weapons. I thought I'd better grab the gun back.
And do you remember what happened next?
I remember I started to back up.
Okay, so we'll play some more of that video. We'll pause. And we see, is that Ryelee walking away from the car?
Yes.
And what are you doing at that time?
I'm pointing the gun with the flashlight down towards the ground and taking a steps backwards.
And why were you doing that?
I wanted to stay away from him. I wanted some distance between us.
At that time, were you intending to use the gun?
No, just as a verbal threat of force so he could see it.
Okay, we'll play some more. And we'll pause. Now, do you know why you were pointing the shotgun at the ground?
Yeah, because I wanted it to be in a safe direction. I wanted at the ground is a safe direction in case it accidentally went off. But it was also visible. You know, he could see it. You know, the whole gun.
So, and we'll just drag it to the very last second of the video. So this is right where the video ends.
Yes.
And where about are you standing at that time?
I'm standing behind my car, kind of in the entrance of Tara's driveway.
And you testified earlier that your car was parked in about the same spot as the black car in this picture?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
And you were behind your vehicle?
That's correct.
Where, and it's hard to see on the screen, where about was Ryelee?
He was kind of on the other side of Ann Street, you know, kind of from the driver's door towards the other side of Ann Street.
And if I set this right next to you, are you able to point to about where Ryelee was?
Probably over here.
He was this far back?
I would think so.
Okay. And what's going through your head at that time?
At that exact moment, I was relieved that he made a little distance between him and the car, so he wasn't in the car getting a weapon. But I was still scared, and I was still worried. He was still wanting to fight, and I didn't want to fight. I had no intention of fighting.
And as the shotgun's pointed to the ground, what happened next?
I had the shotgun pointed at the ground. Ryelee was a distance away. He wanted to fight. I refused. I wasn't going to go towards him. I was backing up. He came at me very quickly.
What did you do?
I raised the shotgun up because he was coming at me fast, so I pulled the gun up from pointing at the ground to point it in his direction.
And then what happened?
He ran right up to me, and he grabbed the gun.
Do you remember where he grabbed the gun?
Yeah, he grabbed with both hands. He reached out and grabbed the foregrip and the front of the barrel by the flashlight.
When he did that, what did you do?
I tightened up my grip, and I was so scared. I put my finger in the trigger guard.
Where had your finger been before that moment?
It was outside the trigger guard, you know, along the side of it, not on the triggers at all.
Is that something that you had been taught how to do?
Yes.
When Ryelee came at you and grabbed the shotgun, do you remember where in the trigger guard you had put your finger?
I can't say I remember specifically because it happened very fast and I was very scared.
And the reason I'm asking is because a double-barrel shotgun actually has 2 triggers.
Yes.
And do you know why that is?
Each trigger separately fires one of the barrels. There's 2 barrels, 2 hammers, 2 triggers, and 1 trigger is associated with 1 barrel. And so you have to pull them independently.
So if you pulled one, could you pull the other one right away?
Yes.
You don't have to like reload it or anything?
No.
So when Ryelee grabbed it and you put your finger in the trigger guard, what happened at that point?
I kind of pulled back on the gun towards me, like a little tug of war. And then he grabbed it, or had it, and he yanked it towards him even harder.
And had you been in the same position about where you were in this video?
Yes, that's correct.
And so if Ryelee came at you, would he been facing Tara's house?
Approximately, yes.
And you mentioned there was a little tug of war. What happened at that point?
When he grabbed it and started pulling on it, I pulled back. Then he pulled back even harder. When he pulled it hard, the gun came off my shoulder towards him, and in the process, my finger pulled the trigger.
Did you try to pull the trigger?
No.
After the gun went off, what happened?
Ryelee stopped pulling on the gun. It was free. There was a loud bang, and then he just stopped pulling. So I immediately took a step backwards.
What did Ryelee do?
He fell down to his knees. He went down to his knees and was leaning forward like this with his hands on his chest, on his knees.
Did you see blood at all?
Not at that point, no, I did not.
So what did you do?
I took another step back, and then I said, I need to call 911. But I didn't have my phone. I didn't know where it was. So I told Tiffany Rose, I said, I need my phone. We need to call 911 right now. And so I went to the car to try to find my phone.
What did you do with the gun?
I put it in the car on the passenger seat pointing up. So it was, visible, but in a safe-ish location.
And were you able to find your phone?
I didn't find it. Tiffany Rose ended up having it.
And is Tiffany the one who called 911?
I asked her to dial the number 911 for me, and she did.
And what did she do with the phone after she called 911?
Before she even said anything, she handed the phone to me.
Why were you able to stay so calm?
It was difficult, but I had all the previous training and experience and all the emergency situations I had been in previously with law enforcement that it brought me back to that when I was in this emergency situation.
What was Tiffany's reaction?
I think she was in shock. She called 911 and then just went over to the curb.
Did anyone come out of Tara's house?
Yes, a short time later, Tara came out of the house.
And were they, or was Tara emotional?
Yes. I don't remember right at first, but very shortly after, she was very emotional.
And when you spoke to 911, did they tell you anything?
They more asked me questions, if I remember correctly. I don't think they told me much.
Did they tell you how to render aid?
No, not at all.
Why didn't you approach Ryelee?
I mean, immediately I was still scared. I mean, I thought he might jump back up. I had no idea how or where or if he was really shot right away. I didn't know. So I thought, he could have a burst of adrenaline if he was wounded and come at me even more pissed off. So I wanted to keep my distance. And then when I was on the phone at 911, that was the best, quickest emergency care I could do, is to get on that phone and tell them we needed help, send the ambulance.
Do you feel that remaining calm helped you in talking to 911?
Absolutely.
With Tiffany's demeanor, do you think it would have been good for her to talk on the phone to 911?
I don't think it would have been as effective as me talking. She's very soft-spoken and in shock, and I just thought it would be better if I did it.
Now, at some point, the police arrived.
Yes.
And what did you do?
I kept my distance from the gun and from Ryelee and stayed across the street because I had reported to them that I was a shooter of a gun, and I didn't want them to think that I was trying to cause anyone any more harm. So I just stayed away.
When the police got there, were you ultimately placed into handcuffs?
Yes.
Did they take you anywhere?
Yeah, they put me in the back of a squad car, and they drove me from the jail quickly to the hospital and then parked outside the hospital.
At that point, do you know what Rylee's condition is?
I know. I was concerned. I asked multiple times, but they wouldn't tell me.
At some point, did an officer finally tell you?
Yes.
And how did you feel when you found out?
Very upset. Very sad.
Why?
I don't want him to die. I care about him very much.
Are you sad that he's passed away?
Yeah, I'm very sad. I miss him very much. He was my friend.
That night, did you want any of this to happen?
Absolutely not. It's the worst thing. I never wanted it to happen.
Did you intend for any of this to happen that night?
Absolutely not.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
I think this is a good time to recess for the evening. With the jury, would anyone have difficulty being here at 8:30 in the morning? And I will see you then. Thank you for your service. Please be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. Is there anything to address at this time?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Do you have other witnesses you are anticipating calling tomorrow, Mr. Hogan?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
The only possibility would be recalling one witness, but I don't know if I will be recalling that witness.
Okay. And Ms. Isherwood, any idea how many rebuttal witnesses you may be calling?
3 at least. 4 at
4.
least. At least 4.
Okay. We might get the testimony done by tomorrow afternoon then?
I think we could get the testimony done in the morning, would be my goal.
You're right, and perhaps this would be a good opportunity to address the potential rebuttal witnesses so we can have a conversation as to what the rebuttal is. I want to make sure it's proper rebuttal before we keep bringing jurors in and out.
Why don't counsel spend a few minutes off the record and we can address it first thing in the morning?
I don't have to disclose my rebuttal witnesses. I've been doing this for 25 years. I know what proper rebuttal is.
Okay.
And it just concerning to the defense because it seems there's been some attempts to get in other acts of Mr. Zelenski. And so we don't have to, I just want to address ahead of.
And the only attempts have been in defense counsel's mind.
Okay, well, I'll trust counsel know what to do, and if we have to, we'll excuse the jurors tomorrow now and then.